Hello, adventurer. It's good to see you. You have made it to the morning grind.
Welcome, welcome.
It's the live stream at the beginning of the Geekverse, where we talk about all types of topics in geekdom, gaming, and fantasy, with an emphasis on being constructive and creating the things that we want to exist in the world.
It's all on the grind, Sizemore. Can't be too fine, can't be too coarse.
That's exactly right. There are a lot of adventures to be had today. Dungeons to explore and monsters to slay, and who knows what a random encounter might send our way. That's why we have to prepare, so settle in now for the morning grind with your favorite beverage in hand.
Tea? Or maybe something a little stronger. I've got a few bottles of the old Wynyard left.
Whatever you want. Pull up a chair.
Dude.
If you're feeling fancy, how about a cappuccino? Or a frappuccino? Or how about an espresso?
Just tea, thank you.
Sounds good to me, Gandalf. Whatever you want. I'm just glad you're here.
Everyone is welcome. You can just watch if you want. You don't have to worship anything you don't want to worship.
Thank you, Mike. But be forewarned.
Sometimes we get really strange characters around here.
Wait, what's that you say? Why can't you come and be a part of the stream?
My wife would disown me.
Oh no, I bet she'll be fine with it. Come on in.
Am I scared for my safety? No.
What are we supposed to do?
Everybody do the secret handshake.
Secret cultist handshake.
Oh, now do wizards who love each other.
This, my friend, is a science.
I still don't have gifts, but it's fine.
It's all on the grind, son. Can't be too fine, can't be too coarse.
Dude, this would be a sick place to bring the band.
Indeed it would be, Dave. It really would. I'm seeing more people coming in. Welcome. Glad to have you here. Oh, look, here's someone new.
Is this the cultist meetup?
Yes it is.
Come to hang out? Please accept me. I have nothing else.
Okay, we accept you. Everyone's welcome here.
Brought some snacks.
Well, that makes things even better.
You want some coffee? I don't drink coffee. You sure?
It's cultist coffee.
What makes it cultist coffee? I'm a cultist and I'm drinking it. Oh. Then I'll have some.
What exactly is going on here?
I'm seeing more people coming in. Welcome. It's so great to have you. Oh, and look, here comes another stranger.
Can we help you?
Yes, fellow cultists. I could really use some food.
Oh yeah? Welcome. We have donuts.
Oh, it's me. I'm glad I'm here. I'm sure you have a few questions for me, though.
What's your name? Who do you work for? What god do you worship?
Great questions, Rob.
I'm Steve King, and I worship Nyarlathotep.
No, not really. I'm just Heath, and I won't be worshiping anything this morning. But I will be your host. Welcome to the office. We're going to have a great time. I've got my coffee ready, because now it's time for the morning grind.
If you could become a fish, that would be amazing. Then I could command you with my mental fish powers.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this special kind of emergency live stream. That's kind of the afternoon grind here. Welcome. I wasn't expecting to be doing this. I was expecting to be doing other things today. But you know what? I had actually just gone and showered and then had eaten breakfast and was sitting down and catching up with everything going on in the Ravenkeep Discord and was sipping some coffee. And then all of a sudden the text of the PDF drops and I was seeing this all over the place. And I had been thinking, now, what do I do if all of a sudden we're able to get something that's purported to be the text of the leak, right? I mean, there's several different layers you got to go through here, right? Because there was the, Gizmodo says that, hey, we got this leak, right? And so they have this leaked document. But then here we've got this purported leak of the leak, right? So several different layers here. And so I was trying to decide whether or not we go live at all, because we have to talk about the credibility issue that, truth values and credibility are different. And so we're talking about both here. We've got to consider both of those things. And so I was texting and messaging people about what was going on and what we should do. But of course, emotions are high and people want to talk. And so I thought that, well, hey, maybe we can try to provide a forum here for discussion of all of this. Welcome to everybody. Welcome to everybody. If you don't have the PDF document, if you want to see what we're looking at, I'm going to put this in the chat again. That's the link to the link to the purported link. That's what everybody's been talking about. So we can also see how it lines up to other information. Does it square with other information that we have? As we've noted, this is a very long document. This is a long document. It's a 15-page long document. And so you do have, I think that measures in there because somebody probably didn't write a 15-page hoax document. Maybe, but this may, to hoax the leak. But then also, if you are here, I would love to have you as part of the Raven Keep Discord server. I know that sometimes you can't post links to the chat on YouTube or whatever service that you're on. But if you go to the Raven Keep Discord server, we have a D&D channel there. But also, it's sometimes easier if you need to send me a link. I tell you what, we're calling this an emergency, morning grind stream. So we can also share things with me in the morning grind that if I need to share them out, I can. So that's there. I'd love to have you. If you're here live, would love to have you as part of that stream. I did ask some other individuals if they would like to be in on this discussion. My lip cracked here. I did ask some people if they would like to be in on this discussion. So we might have some guests stopping by to add additional context to what we were talking about and the analysis. So that would be great. I would love to be able to have some guests. But, some people are still at work. Other people are doing other things. Other people may be coming in. So we'll just see how that goes. Grimhild is here. So we've got lots of people from the server. Grimhild. Desist Dawdling is here. Yep. Well, lunch was eventful because, oh my God, what's going on here? So Vision is here. Wonderful, wonderful. Looking forward to the breakdown. Wonderful. Excellent. I am too. Because that was one thing. I was like, now, do I sit here and go through all of this? Because that's how I was starting to read through all of this with my coffee sitting here going, well, I could read through all of this and then, do it on the morning, talk about it on the morning grind or something tomorrow. But on the other hand, well, if I'm going through all this, chances are a lot of other people are as well. So we can go through it as a community if we like. So that was also part of my thinking to go ahead and be part of this. So just going to share and like this real quick. Please do. Please hit the like button. Please share it if you want. If you know of other people or other communities who might like to just be part of this this breakdown and join the stream. Love to have them as well. So Grimhild says, yeah, haven't had time to actually read it yet. It's long. Some people may have gotten this earlier. And so I know that like DM Toolbox has been looking at this in the morning. So there are people who can provide a lot of different context here. So thank you very much for sharing all of this out. Open D&D is here. So hi, Open D&D. So yes, I just posted the link. So this right here, look for that message. And if you want to grab that, you should be able to. Although hopefully it hasn't crashed. That's where everybody's being pointed to. Vision, I hope we do light up the stream. Are we going to light up this stream? We'll see. Hit the like button. Yes, please do hit the like button if you are, if you're concerned about what's going on, because I think there's a lot of legitimate concern. This is the big thing. This is a big thing in the D&D world or tabletop gaming world in general. Especially even if it doesn't come to fruition, it's telling everybody what a potential weakness is, right? Potential weaknesses and what could happen, and the speed. I've been amazed by the speed at which the community has organized on this subject. Of course, some people are putting together like legal groups or things like that and doing legal analysis. Other people are jumping in to create, what do we need to do to create all new RPGs, or what do we need to do to fix this situation? Do we go to other RPGs? Of course, if you're running a 5th edition game or something like that, we've said there's no harm or anything that's done by your continuing to run your 5th edition game right now. But we've identified a potential weakness and things that could happen in our community. So even if it doesn't come to fruition here, this is thinking about, now, wait a minute, what could happen? And if it does, and if this purported leak is true, like if this happens, what is the situation? Thinking about what could happen and then trying to plan courses of action based on, all right, if this happens, then I'm going to do this. If this happens, then we can do that. Oh, Open D&D says, I've called over 17 class action attorneys today, all very nice and very interested. Okay, well, see, there you go. That is what I'm talking about right there. That's organizing everybody together here. We have 34 people watching. That is amazing. Welcome. Yep, 15 pages, printed off. I printed it off too, but then we're going to look at it on the stream here live. I printed it off, and then all the pages fell on my floor, and so they scattered. So they're not even in order. Hey, DM Toolbox. So yeah, see, this is what I was thinking. See, I was thinking. So here's my thinking regarding this, and I think this is important to think about in the context of what we're about to talk about here, because originally when I saw that Gizmodo article, I thought two things. First, okay, we'll see what the official release is, but I did wonder why we don't have a text of the leak. Now, one reason might be, or text of the document itself is the purported leak, and it might be because Gizmodo wanted everybody on that article. So, it could be something like that. But on the other hand, I had heard skepticism online, which I think is valid, because originally I was wondering, which seems absurd now, but I was wondering, do I even say anything about the Gizmodo article? Because we have a report of a leak, and of course, I was looking for the PDF of what it was, and okay, I can't read that, and so I saw skepticism that in many respects I think is justified, right? That well, now wait a minute, why can't I actually read what this document is that supposedly leaked myself, right? Well, now we supposedly can. Now, let me know if the situation changes. You're going to have to let me know in the chat and send links into the Discord or whatever. If the situation changes, if we have updates from people, because I believe at this point we still do not have any information from Wizards of the Coast. And I was talking to other people today, and we were saying that this situation just keeps getting worse and worse for them. But I don't think we have any confirmation that the text of this document, there's the purported leak, although it seems to be verified by some other people, and that's why they decided to release it. Not by me. I have no inside information on that at all. That this is what Gizmodo was looking at. So there's two different layers here, right? Is this, what was the leak? Is the leak accurate? Is this what we're looking at? What was leaked to Gizmodo? So yes. DM Toolbox says, I'm just so over it, stressed and just burnt out on it all. I can understand. I can absolutely understand that. Stressed out, burnout. And that's damage to the community, which is why you would think that Wizards of the Coast would be out in front of something like this, right? Or at least have responded by now. What do we do? Because there's still, even if it's not true, and this is not officialized, there's still been so much damage to the community done. Vision says, I imagine some executives somewhere are changing to their brown pants. Hit that like button. Well, maybe. The site may be down. Well, that may be. Did that crash? Yep. Some people. Well, that's fine. I have no idea how long this is go here. So that's great. Hey, well, what's new? Oh, well, we're about to see. Got it. All right. Excellent. Grim says, a lot of ins, a lot of outs, a lot of what have yous, and yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let me pull this up, and we're going to go ahead and get started here. Let me bring this up. So here is the actual document right here. I'm going to be going through chat as well. So I'm going to try to stay on that because there might be a lot of comments coming in, and that's fine. That I do like to keep track of the chat and bring up comments and things like that. So if you have insight, if you have something to share, you are welcome to put it in the comments. And then every few minutes here, maybe by the time we get through a couple of paragraphs or a section, or I don't know how long this is going to go or how this is actually going to go, because I haven't really gotten into this deep, but then we'll go back to the chat. Okay. So this is the text of the purported leak. Okay. So this says Dungeons and Dragons, D&D. So this is our intro. Dungeons and Dragons is all about creativity, both yours and ours. Throughout the nearly 50 years since the first release of D&D, Wizards of the Coast and its predecessor, TSR, have encouraged people to build new campaigns and material on the foundation of the Dungeons and Dragons base game. Historically, we have all allowed fans, through our open game license, to make and sell commercial content using our intellectual property via the Systems Resource Document, the SRD. This practice has continued for more than 20 years, and we continue to support it today. Or so they say. This is just the intro, right? A lot has changed over the last half century, including the rise of the internet, apps, Web3, and even virtual tabletop RPGs, TTRPGs. Now in 2023, we're updating the open game license to address some of these new realities and fix some of the loopholes and contradictions that made their way into the open game license during the first time since its release. So that, in the absence of other statements, and other information and stuff like that, if somebody said that to me, that on the round wouldn't raise red flags, because I would still be operating under the assumption, which I still think is the correct assumption, that the OGL 1.0A is not going to be revocable or deauthorized or something like that. You would always still be able to that you would still be able to publish under that. It wouldn't be revoked. That wouldn't be possible. So if I was operating with that understanding, and Wizard said something like this, and that they want something else for a new edition of Dungeons and Dragons, I would say, well, that's reasonable. There has been a lot of changes over the past 20 years, and maybe it's time to look at things. I could certainly understand that from like a corporate management perspective as well. We may not like that, but as long as you could always publish under the 1.0, even if you don't like the changes, well, it maybe go with a different edition of Dungeons and Dragons, but, there's reality. And then the community just responds. But it's this in conjunction with all the other stuff that's happening. So one aspect is, and so this would be new, is that dividing the open game is one aspect of that is dividing the old open game license into two pieces. First, a license covering non-commercial uses of SRD content, OGL non-commercial, and a second license that applies to commercial uses of the SRD content, OGL commercial. So we're dividing this into two different things here, commercial and non-commercial. And it's going to define what it means by non-commercial as well. The OGL non-commercial and OGL commercial together make up the updated OGL. This revised license is intended to protect the D&D brand. This revised license is intended. So this is an important sentence because it talks about intent. And it's kind of like the purpose. When you're writing something and you've got like an academic article or an essay and you say the purpose of this is, the purpose of this is to protect the D&D brand by reducing creator confusion, preventing bad actors from tarnishing it, and preventing large businesses from profiting off of it without proper checks and balances. So that's their stated intent for this. And by the way, as far as publishing a gaming book, like when I'm thinking about overhead as a publisher here, and adding overhead to a publisher, especially small business publishers, like is going on, like so many tabletop gaming publishers are. You don't want to add overhead. You're trying to do your creative work, and there's all this business administration that you've got to do. And now, the OGL 1.0A at one page, you still had to kind of get into that. Maybe you're not, familiar with legalese. I wasn't. I remember when I was going through all of that kind of in detail. Now, what does this really say? If we're publishing something under this, what does this really say? Do I want to look through a 9,000 word, I think this is like 9,000 word, 15-page document? I do not. I do not. So the overhead here in trying to publish something is by itself an obstacle. I mean, I understand signing licenses, and I understand that contracts and licenses can be extensive if there's going to be a lot of money, and it might be worth it if there's going to be a lot of money involved, and you're negotiating with some other person, right, directly. If you're just trying to use something without somebody else's, input, right, then I don't, shorter is better, right? Some kind of 9,000 word thing, I'm inclined to not agree to have to read through. This license is available through the hyperlinks above, and if you're comfortable with legalese or somehow enjoy reading legalese, feel free to jump ahead to those links. We've included explanations and examples alongside legal language to help make the OGL easier to understand and comply with. You can get those comments by clicking the link after each section. If, on the other hand, you would like to start in with a plain language about how the OGL works, you can start here in the FAQ section. Well, we'll start there. In addition to that, we've included a set of comments in the license itself that accompany the legal language and provide explanations and examples to help make the license easier to understand and comply with. You can get those comments by clicking the link after each section. I just looked over and we have 51 concurrent viewers. That is actually a record. 52. That is a record of all live streams. I should probably keep track of that. So if we want, we can keep track of records here. I don't want to start doing, we might do a tequila shot or something like that. I don't want to start that now. But at the moment, we are at 52 concurrent viewers. So thank you. Hit the like button. Hit the like button and subscribe if you have not, if you like what you see and you haven't already. That is fantastic. Thank you, everyone, for being here. All right, let's go to the comments and see what people are saying. DM Toolbox says, there's nothing new that we didn't already know, but we can read the details now. And I'm interested in the details, and I think it's also from the credibility perspective. If there is a whole bunch of new stuff in here that we haven't heard, I want to hear it in their language. I want the details, and I want to hear it in their language right here. So that's important. If there were a lot of wildly different stuff in here, that would kind of bring up a credibility issue. Oh, thank you for liking and sharing on Twitter. Share it out, guys. Dave says, run your game, but please don't support WotC in the future. Close your Beyond account. See, and those are different things that, to me, those are separate things. Some people will definitely say, I don't want to do anything with them in the future. Whether, some people will say that as long as, if even if this is not published, the damage is being done. Other people will say, well, if we successfully don't have this implemented, then I'm okay. People are going to make lots of different decisions on that. And that's fine. I'm on this stream. I'm not going to be encouraging any one of those positions, because there's a lot of different variations. People are going to be have there are different options on that and different tiered approach. But certainly running your own game right now, finish your D&D game, enjoy it. DM Toolbox says Troll Lord Games is blowing out all their 5e books for next to nothing. I saw that on Twitter. So Troll Lord Games is having a fire sale. Desist Dawdling says this document might have the person. The documents might have the person it was sent to watermarked or something like DM's Guild does to PDF orders. It might. Yeah, I thought about that and was discussing that with somebody else. So I was wondering. Yes, they might be able to determine where the leak came from. They absolutely might be able to do that. Grimhill says I subbed my D&D Pro account, but I had an annual subscription. I unsubbed my D&D Pro account, but I had an annual subscription and it just renewed a couple of months ago. So it's paid up until November. Also, I own all the books on D&D Beyond and run my 600-hour campaign using D&D Beyond for my PCs, NPCs, and Homebrew, along with Roll20 and then Beyond 20 browser plugin to connect Roll20 and D&D Beyond. Oh, I forgot that you could connect those two. I've done that. We played a game like that. That is great. Yeah, if you've got it, if you already paid for it, if you got it, use it. Vision says, I wonder if they are internally trying to find the leaker. Might explain the silence. They might be trying to do that. But on the other hand, in the interim, damage is being done. Open D&D says, that's damage to the community and people's lives. This is what will motivate class action lawyers. Oh, here's Lou. Lou's in the chat. Hey, Lou. Lou Anders is here. Lou says it's going to kill hundreds of small companies. There may be a new and better landscape on the other side, maybe, but only after nuclear devastation. I'm still holding out what Lou's saying right here, that I'm still planning on this being a great 2023. I'm still planning on blowing out 2023. You make this a great year. I hear from so many people, there's so much energy going on. Even this is generating energy. Now it's negative energy. But even the amount this negative stuff has generated so much positive energy in the community to get new stuff done, to organize, to cross bridges and connect and all of that. That's been really amazing. So I'm still holding out for a really big 2023. I would prefer it not to be on the other side of nuclear devastation, but hey, that's what it might take. It might be the case. Who knows? We will see. Lou might come on the stream later. DM Toolbox says, here's the thing. I want us to be able to continue to create content for 5e, but at the same time, I don't want to support WotC in any capacity anymore. I am so angry, I just want to walk away. Well, right. And our, the SRD, we can still access our books. a lot of people have put a lot of effort into creating for 5e. Like I said, I still enjoy, like, I was looking at my AD&D books. I haven't gone back and played AD&D, but I was looking at all my AD&D books as a result of all of this. They're different great editions. There are a lot of people who have created great stuff. We don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? If people are creating great stuff, there are ways to use that stuff without supporting a company if you don't want to. Grimhild says, so I won't start a new campaign on D&D Beyond, but exporting all that data into D&D Beyond and using different solutions in our campaign is too much work. Yeah, sounds like it. And it's paid up, so, use it. If you interview Darcy, ask him why he did not include the word irrevocable in the OGL 1.0. I don't think I have the reach to interview Darcy, but that'd be great. If somebody would like to, if somebody does know him and would like to get him in contact using maybe the Discord server or something like that, I'd be happy to send him an invite. We could have him on the stream. That would be great. But I would want to ask that too, because that's what I was thinking about when he was making his statement. And okay, so we brought this up on the Crafter's Corner, but I was saying the elephant in the room that I don't see addressed is that how could we have missed this potential critical flaw in the OGL for 20 plus years? How is that possible that went missed, right? With all of the lawyers and everything that looked at it in the beginning, like this is a new kind of thing. What is going to happen here with the OGL? Everybody's looking at it. If there was some kind of critical flaw on it, you would think that people would notice. And also since then in the intervening years as well, because there have been a lot of major IPs that have been released, had role-playing games released under the OGL. And so those are presumably, IPs with major lawyers and things like that, who also look at this. And if there was some type of major flaw, why are we just now hearing it? Because you hear all kinds of people in comment sections now all over the place online that they'll say in the comments, well, of course it's revocable. It never, it's always revocable. Perpetual and revocable are not the same thing. That's obvious. Of course you can revoke it, right? You see that all the time in the chat now, which I had never heard 3 months ago, 6 months ago, a year ago. I had never heard people saying that. And I had never heard that when the OGL was released. Now, whether it's true or not is one thing, but I'm just saying that's not something that's ever come up. And if that really is like basic law, then why hasn't it come up before now, right? And what you're saying right here with Darcy, so if he was sitting down and everybody was there and expecting for this to not be revocable, that they never wanted this situation to occur, why wasn't the word revocable added? And they were clearly drafting it with lawyers. I mean, obviously I would think they were drafting it with lawyers. And if it's easy, basic law that these two things are different, the revocability and the perpetual nature, then why didn't a lawyer say, oh, if you mean for it to be irrevocable, let's add the word irrevocable? I don't understand that. And I don't see that talked about a lot. Vision pulls out another call to hit the like button. We're going to light up the stream. Let's do it. Let's light it up. Lou says another unintended or intended consequence is that there'll be a lot less diversity. Diverse designers often start out working for small indie companies before working their way up. Yeah, well, the smaller ones are the opportunity for everybody, right? Yeah, great point. If the landscape of indie companies in 5e shrinks radically, there'll be less new talent overall, which means less diversity as a consequence. Cypop, good to see you, Cypop. Good to see you in the stream. Cypop says, if anyone is a fan of Free League's tabletop RPGs, they recently released a 5e version of Symbaroum. Might want to pick up a copy sooner than later, depending on the outcome of the OGL fiasco. And actually, let me hold that up. I'm going to walk right over here because I don't know if you brought that up because of the stream this morning, but if you are on the Morning Grind live streams, every day, basically, for the last 60 days, last 2 months, we've been looking at different RPGs at 9 o'clock in the morning. So, and I happened to look at Ruins of Symbaroum this morning. So we were looking at different RPGs, and we were looking at the 5th edition Ruins of Symbaroum today. So this is really interesting. Free League did send me this copy, but it's really neat. It's got a really nice setting, like really cool grimdark setting, and some modifications to the 5e rules. So it's pretty neat. And actually, I hope that if you are looking for a new kind of RPG, then if you go to the Morning Grind playlist, I organize all my stuff by playlist. So if you go to the Morning Grind playlist and start to read, or and just play there, you'll go through introductions to a whole bunch of new RPGs. Like we've looked at a whole bunch of RPGs. So maybe the Morning Grind playlist will be a great resource for people who are looking for new RPGs. You should just turn it on like a podcast and listen to it and see what it's about. Open D&D says the last sentence of paragraph 1 implies antitrust the last sentence of paragraph 1. Do you actually mean this one right here? The revised license is intended to protect the D&D brand by reducing creator confusion, preventing bad actors from tarnishing it, and preventing large businesses from profiting off of it without proper checks and balances. DM Toolbox says, let me say this. I don't care what their intent is. If they want to create a new GLS, that's the gaming license system like was with 4.0, with crappy terms, then great, go for it. But they should not be able to revoke 1.A. That should be untouchable. Well, right. I mean, we're talking about what their result is here, which I think is very important. So if they can have a fantastic intent, or at least say they have a fantastic intent, and do devastating things. But nonetheless, we can look at certainly and say, well, hey, this is what they're saying their purpose is. But you don't necessarily take people at their word like that, right? So we can say this is what they intend or why they say they're doing this, but it's what they're doing, actually doing that could not be at all. Hey, I see that there are 70 people watching right now. Hey, the most likes I've ever had in a live stream is 58. So if everybody watching hit the like button, we would hit another record for the most number of likes on a live stream that I've ever run. So if you would do that, that would be cool. And somebody let me know if we go above 58 likes, because I don't have the actual YouTube page up as I'm streaming. Okay, let's go over to, I'm going to stop right there for a moment. Let's see how many, let's go a little bit more with the comments here. Then we'll go into the next one. DM Toolbox says, I can see that agreeing to 1.1 would revoke your ability to use 1.0A. It could possibly, yeah. But they should not be able to just cancel 1.0A. If they could do that, they would have done it years ago. And on that subject, it seems to be that that must have been their thinking when they were doing 4th edition, because they didn't try to revoke it then, right? They did a whole new license. We have a guest who just showed up. We've got Mark Tassin here. I'm going to bring him on.
Hey, Heath, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Tired. It's been a long 3 or 4 days here over at Mechanical Muse.
It has been a whirlwind over here as well ever since Friday. Yeah. I might need to put on headphones. Let me try that.
All right.
But I don't know if they'll be echoing or not, but I'll put on headphones.
It sounds all right so far. So,
okay.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Yeah, needless to say, I think we all were. I mean, we didn't think this was impossible, but it was a little bit shocking to see it hit when it did. So no question about that. And we've all been sort of reeling from it, so to speak. So,
Mark, do you want to explain who you are and what you do? I know that a lot of some people, I think a lot of people on the stream already know your work because we've been talking about your work on the stream and people have liked it. But do you want to give a brief introduction so that people know who you are and what you're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. Mark Tassin. I am the founder of Mechanical Muse, a publishing company for role-playing games and other short fiction and other sorts of entertainment. I also created a setting called the World of Ataltis, which uses the 5th edition OGL. And so this is, there it is. Thank you. So yeah, this is a pretty important topic for us because at the moment, all of our products are based on this. As far as who I am in general is, I've been working in gaming for years and I'm a writer. I've had, short fiction published and done editing for anthologies. I've written for Shadowrun and Dragon Magazine and various other things over the years. So, I've been around. I've seen a lot of what's been going on over the years. And, we always knew that what's happening now was a possibility. We just, we're hopeful that they were going to stay more community focused than they appear to be now. So.
It is interesting that you say that. How long has this being a possibility been on your radar?
Oh, since I read the contract. I mean, when you read the contract as it's written, at least by my interpretation and the interpretation of the lawyers that we hired, it was there that they could choose to close us down, right? At the very least, the thing we most expected was we might get to a point where you can only sell the items that you've already published.
Wait a minute. Just for clarity,
yeah.
Are you talking about when they looked at the 1.1 or the 1.1 stuff, or are you talking about the 1.0a?
1.0a, because if you
1.0a, okay.
Yeah, number 9 in 1.0a, it clearly states that they can say you can not create anything new under the current license. So we knew the possibility would exist that one day they would say, we're upgrading the license. Anything new has to be created under the new license.
Okay.
That was the understanding we had from the start after talking to lawyers before we even got into this, right? The thing that's a little tricky is the whole point of authorization, where they say an authorized license. There wasn't on our radar that they would be able to deauthorize the existing license. That doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. And the biggest challenge is that I know folks are saying, yeah, well, they can't do that and legally. But the reality is that WotC and Hasbro, they don't need to win in a lawsuit to win, right? The reality is, even if I were to fight them in a lawsuit and win, it would take me out as a company because it would just be more than I can afford to handle. So the reality is that at this point, we're kind of expecting that no matter what they do, we're moving away. And, I saw someone in the comments mention the CNGH, which is the cool name goes here, an effort that we're undertaking to build a new system. That's our approach. We're going to work with folks in the community, build a new system and give it to them because we just don't feel that going forward, it's clear they have an appetite for this. Even if they don't do it now, they might do it later. Sorry, I hope I didn't get you too far off track on your conversation here.
No, not at all. So yeah, we do want to talk about that. I put the links out this morning for the Kickstarter thing for the new group, and also let people know where they can find that, because you said you're going to be streaming on YouTube as well. And I did have people ask about your YouTube channel, but I wasn't sure what that was.
Yeah, I'll post that afterward. It's we've got it. Okay, we can post it as well. So.
Okay, let's look at a couple more comments here, and then we'll go down into the license here. So Grimhild says the intention behind the creators of the OGL 1.A was that it was supposed to be unrevocable. DM Toolbox says they didn't because it benefited them. Now they have reaped these benefits. They don't need it anymore, and they want to grab more money. Vision says we're going to get to 1,000 viewers. I hope we do. Hit the like button and share. We're at 79 viewers right now. I don't know. Maybe if there were 100 concurrent viewers, I tell you what, 100 concurrent viewers and tequila.
Oh, nice.
We'll do that.
Someone said the intent, and I have to say that one of the pieces of guidance we've received is that intent does not matter when it comes to the contract. There's a 4 corners rule. You can look it up on Wikipedia, and the contract matters what's within those 4 corners, not the intent, not the hope, but what was written down, unfortunately. And I agree, that was the intent, but I'm afraid that didn't make it into the contract.
But why? That's what I'm trying to understand. If that was the intent, and everybody who was involved seems to be saying, or some people have said, yeah, that was absolutely the intent. We were never supposed to have that. And they were working with lawyers in order to draft 1.0a or whatever. If that was their intent, why didn't it make it in?
That was the intent of the designers. I don't know if it was the intent of the business or of the lawyers. There's also the possibility that was the intent, but Hasbro has found a way around the intent, right? I mean, this is all speculation, though, right? There's no way. And the truth is, at the end of the day, they're going to defend their property. And even though we all benefited from it and they benefited from it, at the end of the day, I can understand what they're doing. I don't like it. I don't agree with it, but they have every right. And I understand why they're doing it. It's the way a lot of businesses run. And not the way I'd want to run a business, but it's the way that a lot of businesses run. And that's their choice, unfortunately.
Okay, let's see. There are a lot of people who have comments on that. So Diggs BTW says, "Hi, what's up? Hey, what's up? Good to see you in the chat." Cypop says, "I have a few Kickstarters I've backed, and they are panicking trying to get pledge managers up early and payments locked in prior to potentially of a go live date of 1.1 to avoid falling under it." I am sure that would be a huge issue if I were actively live on Kickstarter.
Yeah, and I don't even know if you could just getting the pledge manager done is enough, right? Because it says previously distributed.
I don't know either.
Written, right? So the section 9 says it has to have been previously distributed. If you haven't previously distributed the thing, then it might not count. You might not even be able to put it out at that point.
It could be. That's another disadvantage of the crowdfunding format has tremendous advantages, but one of the disadvantages is it can take so much time that conditions of all kinds can change between launch and fulfillment. And here's a new condition that could possibly change.
Yeah.
Oh, Roll for Combat is here. Hello, welcome. So good to see you in the chat. So Roll for Combat is the one who put out the link for us to get the PDF. So thank you so much, Roll for Combat. Really appreciate that. That's a huge help for people who are actually trying to understand what the text actually says. Open DnD says, I was a lead plaintiff in the DraftKings and FanDuel class action. This sequence of events is basically the same. There was a big leak. Roll for Combat also says, good to see other people starting to read the OGL 1.1. Leak and see what they think. Disc Dawdling says, I have a pro account as well and recently renewed. Already said in Discord how I'm handling my digital purchases. Yep, getting them, downloading them. If you've got it, then you make a decision later whether or not you redo. But if you're already paying for something, use it. Lou's here. Lou's here again.
Hi, Lou.
Open D&D says, Lou, your interview was so good. Oh, yeah, we were talking, watching Lou's interview that I did on Table Talk on Crafter's Corner, and it was a fantastic interview.
Yeah, awesome.
Everybody, you can find that on Table Talk. You can find my interview with Lou here. Hopefully, Lou will jump on here. Roll for Combat. Just got done watching your video from this morning. Open D&D says, I'm on that journey. Your world's helped. Yeah, and actually, see, Lou, Mark, and me, and Lou and Mark have surpassed me, as it turns out, in what we're trying to do. But the world creation through the literature, through the tabletop RPGs, from tabletop games, we're all on the same journey here.
Mm-hmm.
Lou's talking about, he's talking about the interview that you did with me on Tabletop, the very first Tabletop guest. Oh, I see 90 concurrent people. Wow. Lou is multitasking. All right, let's go into we're going to get back to chat. Yeah, Lou, about that. Yours is about the books with Heath. He played it for us last night. Yep. Okay. Phantom or Piano TM says they were right. OGL 1.A can't be deauthorized. It can't be deauthorized. It has a termination clause. It addresses termination conditions. It's not revocable at will. Oh, Roll for Combat is interviewing Ryan Dancy. So, okay, so that's great. Thank you. Roll for Combat says, I am interviewing Ryan Dancy on Wednesday at 2 p.m. Eastern on my channel. Well, that's probably going to, hopefully that will answer a lot of questions. I will definitely be watching that. Yeah, we'll be watching that for absolute certain. Coculane 2.0 says, this is the unfortunate reality of business seeing huge success over the years and not seeing a proportion of that success reflected in something for the investors. Okay, let's go over to the contract. We just got through the introduction, Mark.
He didn't make it very far. Yeah.
No, no. Let's see. Below are a few FAQs about the new license and its parts. Have you had time to actually go over this in any detail, or are you going over it fresh with me?
I'm going over it fresh with you. This is the first time I've had access to the entire contract. So, yeah, this is my first view of it.
All right. All right, then together, everybody together. What is non-commercial use of the SRD content? If no money or anything else of value is changing hands to get access to the things you create using SRD content, that's non-commercial use and is covered by and subject to the terms of the OGL non-commercial. If any form of payment or income for access to your work is involved, and they do play up this access part, to your work is involved, or it is specific to a particular work, even if it's just $1, it's covered by the OGL commercial.
So that would probably include like Patreon, for example. So you could argue that the pieces are free on Patreon, but you have to pay to get access. So that puts you into the commercial realm.
But I think someplace, I think it's going to say, and I was reading through, that you can take tips or you can set up a Patreon as long as the access to the content is not tied to the Patreon. So if you say, I put out this stuff free every week, and then if you want to support me, there's the Patreon. That would be, according to this, non-commercial.
Yeah.
So license. To be clear, crowdfunding a new project is commercial use. Accepting subscriptions or membership fees or patrons as a condition of, actually, this is probably it, for accessing your work is commercial. Accepting voluntary donations via any tipping mechanisms or site where you're providing your content free, regardless of those donations tips, is not. If you're giving your work away for free on Patreon or otherwise and asking that people support your work if they enjoy it, that's not commercial. But if your work must be given without strings attached if it's going to be considered non-commercial. I think that's them trying to be nice. It's not really, but it's
I mean, you can argue though that, you know, this is something like different from, I saw someone mention the business in I think it was 82, where TSR is shutting down Judges Guild and all of that. And the reality is they're saying here, we still want the community to be able to create and share online. And so at least there's that, you know, I can give them that much at least.
So what are my options for making D&D related content? If you are going to use the SRD content, and of course we do have to distinguish between the game mechanics and then the SRD, because the OGL allows you to go and copy the SRD, because the SRD is an expression of mechanics. So that would be copyrightable, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a different expression of the same mechanics, you could use that in your game. But the philosophy seemed to be, okay, since in U.S. copyright law, the mechanics of the game aren't copyrightable, why don't we just write out this expression of the rules and then let people use those? And that seems to be a philosophy that people have adopted a lot in the tabletop gaming community, because you see a bunch of other open things.
You know, I'm pretty sure, I don't remember for sure. And again, I'm not being really clear, not a lawyer, but the reality is that the case law around that, I believe, goes back to Monopoly, which is why we have so many Monopoly clones. It doesn't include, I don't believe there's ever been a case involving a role-playing game. If I were a lawyer or a big company, I would go and say a 2-page rule set from Monopoly is not the same as a 360-page rule set for a role-playing game. The 360-page rule set for a role-playing game is more akin to software code, which you can then copyright. And so I would argue that it's possible that I could see Hasbro take this one and fight for it, because they would say that the old case law doesn't apply to a game that the judges could not have foreseen existing at the time that they made this up.
But nonetheless, that's how we've been operating.
We have been, but no one's ever tested it.
No one's ever tested it. So maybe this. And someone had brought up, and I didn't know this, that some of the executives now over here for Hasbro are from Microsoft.
Yeah.
And some people have pointed out that this sounds more like a software license than what we're used to in tabletop gaming. And so that they're thinking about software code and software in general may inform a lot of this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
What are my options for making D&D related content? If you're going to use SRD content to make tabletop role-playing games and game supplements on a non-commercial basis, the OGL non-commercial applies. If you're going to use the content we make available for third-party use to make tabletop role-playing games and game supplements on a commercial basis, and only want to use the material from the SRD, but not other material, like the Forgotten Realms setting, the OGL commercial has you covered. If you only want to use material from the SRD, but not other material, okay, so yeah, the Forgotten Realms is not in the SRD, right? If you want to publish work that uses the Forgotten Realms setting or other content not included in the SRD, that's under the Dungeon Masters Guild, which is separate. If you want to make videos or other content and monetize it using via ads, that's going to be covered under the Wizards of the Coast fan content policy. Are we making a video that they would be concerned about? Let's go to this paragraph and then we'll go to comments. What does the OGL commercial mean for me as a small creator? For most of the community's content creators, those making under $750,000 per year in SRD-based content, the OGL commercial changes very little and is primarily designed to help us simply know you better. I'm not sure I want that. to know me better. Under the OGL, those creators will need to register their commercial content with us so we know what's out there, tell us a bit about what their products and product sales, and start adding a creator product badge to their materials so that everyone in the community knows they are publishing under the OGL license from Wizards of the Coast. Here's a question for you, Mark. Let's say that 1.0A stood basically like that, except for there was now this clause as well, that or this reporting requirement that you're going to have to report your products and sales to them, and you have to put an official creator product badge on there, would you still do 1.0A stuff? I'm not sure that I would.
Well, I wouldn't, simply because this demonstrates a desire to do more, or at least a willingness to do more. And so I no longer trust 1.0A, even if they made 1.0B, for example, with this. So, I mean, the benefit of using the OGL and the SRD, it's certainly there. I would never, if that had been in there from the beginning, I would have happily done it, right? I wouldn't have had a problem with it. The creator product badge is kind of cool too. I always wish there was something like that, right? But
really,
just so it make it easier, because you notice everyone has their own little 5e logo. I wish we could all have a unified way for people to go, oh, that works with Dungeons and Dragons, right? But the reality is that at this point, I wouldn't feel comfortable using it under any circumstance. Yeah, someone just said it's poison now, and unfortunately, it kind of is.
Yeah, that's what I've been talking about. The damage being done. You're talking about the loss of trust. That's a lot of damage that's being done over the past now 72 hours. It's not going to be recovered from.
Yeah, Lou asked if I would publish 5e kind of with no OGL. No, absolutely not. What the question was is whether, if they were to put this clause into the existing OGL, would I keep publishing? And if they did, I would have back if it had already been in there. But because of everything I've seen, even if they only added this one, I still wouldn't do it. Right? I still wouldn't at this point, because it's clear what they're willing to do.
Okay, let's go over here to some comments so we can catch up here.
Yeah.
Piano. Oh, yeah. Okay. So Piano TM says it can be terminated for breach, but it can't be it can be updated, but it can't be superseded. Vision says like, comment, subscribe. Let everybody know. Okay, so actually, what I should do, we have passed 100. I said I would do a shot of tequila if I did 100. This is epic. Last time, the largest watched live stream ever was 50 live people, and that was on Friday. And now here we are at 108. So I will take a shot of tequila. I'm not gonna sit here and shoot tequila all night. But I said I would do it at 100. I didn't expect it to get that fast. Like, this is like 15 minutes later. That's incredible. So please do hit like. How many likes do we have? Somebody report in. If you don't mind, if you will. Our record was 58. So do we have more than 58? We should. We got 110 people.
63 as of 3:59.
63 likes.
Yeah.
Well, that's two records broken. Okay, so I'll get through comments and then I'll take a shot and then we'll go.
There you go.
66
now.
66 now. Lou says, Open D&D, thought so. Yeah, I had an interview on Dollars and Dragons drop this week. Oh yeah, he was on Dollars and Dragons. I haven't gotten to listen to that one too, but he did another podcast this week too. Lou's all over the place. Piano TM says, I'm sorry, I'm too excited. Just found this an hour ago. That's okay. Emotions are running high, and there's a lot of excitement. I'm excited too. Nathaniel Myers, good to see you, Nathaniel. Glad to have you here. Dancy is going to be on Roll for Combat stream on Wednesday. Yes, we just saw Roll for Combat put that in. So Wednesday, we're going to be looking out for that.
Yeah.
Call Me Tiny 07 says, and welcome, Call Me Tiny 07. Good to have you here. When it comes down to people like me and my party that stream our campaign on Twitch, are we going to be able to continue doing so without risk, since we make money from subscribers and donations?
Yeah, I don't know. You're going to need to ask a lawyer that question. I would.
I was thinking about doing. I want to do an RPG show. I've got a tabletop game show, the Dinner and a Board Game, but I'd like to be able to do a tabletop game show as well. But I was planning on doing other things than D&D anyway. But now I'm not even sure that I would do D&D anyway. Like, regardless of even that issue, you're talking about the trust, the damage. I would prefer to do other things.
Well, but keep in mind, it says here, if you're going to make videos or other content and monetize it via ads, that's going to be covered by the Wizard of Coast fan content policy, which I don't think we have in front of us what that's going to look like. It sounds like a different contract. So in terms of could you make your streaming show, seems like you'd have to check that policy to figure out whether that would be allowed. It would fall under this.
Yeah, when we get to that, if we get that, if it's in here or someplace else, we're gonna definitely take a look at that whenever we get it. Mm-hmm. 10 Bones says, because everyone assumed WotC's goodwill was real, just no one thought they'd ever risk the litigation that's about to come down until now. Well, and we thought that it was real. I mean for a long time.
I think a lot of us hoped it was real, right? I mean, a lot of us have invested quite a bit of money into these products, and we didn't invest this money without thinking first that maybe it would go away, but it was a risk that you take like anything. It's like when you build a a restaurant on a major road and then they build a bypass. You know, sometimes that happens and you take that risk.
And 10 Bone says, remember the gaming community 23 years ago is vastly different than it is today. Trying to remember back yet what
When?
that was. Yeah, way back then. Piano TM is going on here about the perpetuals. The perpetual non-exclusive license is held to be by default revocable at will if it doesn't address terms in which it can be terminated. And in paragraph 3, it can be terminated for breach. We've been over this a lot. I mean, there are so many different layers to that, and lawyers on both sides of the issue, and there's been people who put all kinds of stuff in the comment section on different YouTube videos that I've made. This is the made for rules lawyers, right? Oh, there is something going on with our contract, and we're all gamers, and so people have been tearing into all sides of that. I think it's really interesting. Evil Table says, I think Wizards' own PR claimed they couldn't deauthorize it. So that might be something people relied on. Well, I'm sure it was something that I relied on. I mean, that FAQ that we've all seen. The initial thing that went through my head when I heard that, okay, the OGL might be going away was, oh, you can't OGL. That's not something you can do. So for some reason that was in my head. And I'm sure that FAQ was something that I read at the time. And there's probably a reason why that was in my head. DazLinkAt says, when did revocable and irrevocable develop in contract and licensing? Is this a legal position that developed after the writing of OGL 1.0A? I'm interested in that as well, because like I said, why didn't that word get in? Now, what Mark is saying could be right, that the designers intended for that, but that maybe that got removed or changed by higher ups. But then Dancy is going to be able to answer that, I believe.
Yeah,
I bet
it's not by higher ups than by legal, right? I mean, the company I work at, legal bounces stuff back and says, "Hey, I'm not going to let you do that because it's not in the best interest of our fiduciary, right? Fiduciary interest of our client."
Yeah, it could be them. It could be that too.
Yeah,
yes, Piano is definitely on it. That's the other side. I mean, you said there's all kinds of opinions going by on that. How many years experience does the community have combined? Much more than they do. So many people are talking about developing new systems. I've been working on my own, but it's not a setting like 5e. Yeah, I know. The people who have, of course, Mark's doing it. The explosion in RPG systems is incredible. And I was wondering also, this might be a good question for you too, Mark. What do you think about regard to brand loyalty of D&D? D&D brand loyalty. I don't think personally for me, there is a whole lot. Even though I'm involved in tabletop games, I played Dungeons & Dragons for a long time. Dungeons & Dragons is something I've enjoyed, played all that. I seem to have more brand loyalty to the worlds like Forgotten Realms or Dragonlance than I do to D&D itself. And I think they may be making a mistake that people thinking the brand loyalty is the D&D is a thing. But if there's a better system, I just play, or a different system for what I'm doing, I just play that.
Yeah, but I think you're talking about folks who are really, really into gaming, like the core fans of gaming, the core hobbyists, the core community. When you talk about the larger group in general, role-playing games and D&D are the same word, right? There aren't two different things. They don't even know other games exist. There's always been that group, and that still exists today. And that's a pretty large group. And the truth is that as much as we might hate to hear it, most of this is going to go right over the heads of those folks, and they're going to keep buying and playing the games. The D&D clubs at schools are still going to be called D&D clubs, and they're still going to play D&D every week, whether or not those of us who are publishing stuff on DriveThruRPG go out of business, right? So unfortunately, I think that we can't underestimate the lack of interest that the larger community will have, and some of this will be a tempest in a teapot to them, even though it affects us in a huge possible way. Right.
It could be. It could be. Lou was talking about something similar as well. That could be.
Yeah, and Lou's in fact saying that right now. You know, his comments is that, you know, sold via Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Target. Yeah, no one's heard of us. You know, they don't find our books at Target. So for most of the community, D&D is role playing.
Yeah. See, this is something I would like to track down. I mean, I come from an academic background, so this is fascinating to me. So like, Piano TM says that revocable and irrevocable wasn't language in use for licenses when OGL was written. I don't know whether that's true or not. We have but that's something we should be able to run down. I mean, that's something that somebody should be able to document and run down, right? So that's an interesting assertion. 10 Bones says, why all this hanging on to 5e? Why not just go to other games with better systems? Savage Worlds, Simba Room, The new Talisanta is coming out. Palladium, Warhammer. I think you're talking about the public nature of this. Like, I mean, I don't have any problem with that. I talk about different game systems every day.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think the catch, though, is that it all goes back to name recognition. It goes back to if a bunch of kids at a D&D club at a school run across my game, if it's not 5th edition, they're not going to quite know what to do with it. Right. And, that's where some of the challenge comes in. But I agree. There's so many great games. I love Savage Worlds. I'm a huge Savage Worlds fan. Love that game. So, there's lots we can play.
Savage World's been recommended to me. I haven't gotten to play it. I've been through it. It's recommended to me all the time.
Great.
So Pathfinder Savage Worlds Edition plays way better than Pathfinder. I was opening up Pathfinder, and I got to get the Pathfinder Savage Worlds. I want to read that. We're coming. Yes, we're coming. Grimhill says, wasn't the OGL 1.8 published before Hasbro brought WotC? What happened? A lot started to change at WotC. I think it was. I don't think that purchase had been made yet, right? I think you're right. If you are in the Discord, I will also try to put new and interesting RPGs in the other RPG channel. Trey is our other RPG guru. Trey G. He is in the Ravenkeep Discord server. I'll post that link again. We have an other RPG section. I've been building out some forums and things like that as well. Trey is he's the master of other RPGs. There's a ton of other RPGs that he's recommending on our server. Cypop says, LOL, nope, missed the morning grind. Coincidence. Free League is also scheduled to release a 5e version of their LOTR RPG, The One Ring. But I imagine that could change. Yeah, that might change.
It might, but then again, if you've got Lord of the Rings, right, the IP for that, and you're able to publish for it, you got the license, you go to WotC directly, right? You go to WotC and you have a separate license. I mean, this went with the Wheel of Time book, did the same thing back in the day. It wasn't straight up standard OGL. And so I think that companies like that are in fine shape to negotiate something new. But I think folks like us are in a little bit tighter spot.
We're not going to be able to do that.
No.
DM's Toolbox says, actually on a Kickstarter, when I was, people think you have more power than you do. When I was running a Kickstarter, one of my Kickstarters, when we were filling in the UK, postage is high, whatever. Yeah. Like somebody actually asked if, since we're shipping so many boxes, could we please negotiate a different rate with the Royal Mail? I'm like, no, that's not, however many boxes you think we're sending out, we're not sending out anywhere near that number of boxes. Let's not forget Star Wars: The Old Republic. The MMO uses OGL. I thought there was a Star Wars connection here as well.
There is, yeah. But again, Star Wars, Disney, they're going to negotiate with WotC and come up with a contract. So
revocation is equal to unilateral termination. The OGL 1.8 section regarding termination allows it only for breach. They'll have a hard time arguing revocation with a section there already for termination. I'm going to follow that with fascination. I write and negotiate contracts for a living. So Joey comes in on that side for over 13 years. So we've got a lot of experience there on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Piano says, I've been reading how a perpetual non-exclusive license can be revoked, and courts currently hold that such a license that does not address revocability or termination is revocable at will. You love it when something like this comes up in the popular mind, or and then we learn all about some some aspect of something that we've never even really thought about before. Everybody is now becoming an expert on the difference between revocability and perpetual.
Well, I mean, it's also, we're a bunch of gamers, so someone's like, oh, wait, rules? Okay,
exactly. This is not the group of people you want to have that problem with. Okay, yeah, Mark is here. So Lou is here. Jordan says, the biggest elephant in the room I see everyone ignoring is that Hasbro started this push with Magic the Gathering as they determined Wizards of the Coast was its biggest asset. Recent Magic the Gathering shows how little they consider the community. I am the most casual Magic the Gathering player ever, so I don't know anything about that side of things.
Yeah, I can't really speak to it except for the fact that my Magic friends are really as upset as we are about this, about the stuff that's happening there. But again, that's if they're looking at it from purely financial point of view, and let's say you're min-maxing, this is what they're doing. They're min-maxers, right? They're not role players, they're min-maxers. And they're looking at the best way to leverage the rules to win. And honestly, I mean, you can not like what they're doing, but you look at it and go like, well, yeah, that's how you win, right? I mean, that's how you win. And that's what they're doing when your goal is money,
I'm going to take my shot because I said I would. There we go.
Right. Here we go.
There we go.
Nice.
If we can double it, I tell you what, I don't want to go 100 because we just got through that.
You've got like 13 more pages. You need to be a little.
Yeah, I know.
If
we had, I don't know. If somebody want to give me a number, we got 130. We got 131 people watching right now. If somebody gives me a number, that's a good number. I have a recommendation. Let's let me try. I may not be able to get to everybody's comments. I'm not used to this. We have so many people here. We got so many comments ordinarily. Peyton says that would work for them if they had not already addressed termination of the OGL. This was a conversation on Twitter with a lawyer that said that you cannot put language in the OGL that says revocable because it has a termination clause. Well, I'd like to read that. Exactly. Termination is already addressed by the OGL 1.0. It would be interesting if this happened and then the community won. I mean, that would be interesting.
So, don't you think that their lawyers went through these possibilities, right? They went through the eventualities. So what if they did this? What if they did that, right? I mean, I feel like they probably have a strategy for each of these, and none of us at our level are going to be able to do anything about it.
Well, they probably do have a strategy for what if this goes to court and we lose. We're talking about independent publishers planning in the event of contingencies and eventuality. They're doing the same thing. Vision says, hey, Mark, Piano says, you're missing the point. Wizards Coast is betting that they created their little ecosystem and can make more money while crushing the competitors in one blow. I think this will fail on both accounts. There will be casualties. There are definitely going to be casualties.
Yeah.
Excited to see
that's the thing. We're giving lawyers too much credit. Oh, excited to see the cool name goes here. Thank you.
Cool name goes here. That's what Mark is working on as a new community-owned irrevocable, perpetual and irrevocable RPG.
Yeah, the only thing the license is for there is so that you can use it to defend your use of the stuff forever. So
please share out the stream. I'm going to skip over the stuff about the revocability because I think we have gotten a lot of we've gone over that a lot, and there's probably still more to argue about. But
with all the people you've got here, you're going to have to, unfortunately. Yeah, there's no way.
Let me see. Let's not forget. Okay, so we'll come back to. I'm going to have to scroll down. Lou. They did this to Judges Guild in 1982 and repeated the mistake with 4E and spawned Pathfinder. I guess it's an eventually numbered edition curse. Yeah, I'm going to have to be more selective here. Patreon can be used. Yeah, we talked about that. There is a way to use it, but you... 10 Bones says, I think this is a long time coming. D&D is not a good system. And what D&D is remains a genre of fantasy on its own and could be played with other systems which players and GMs should be using. And you can cross it both ways. Does the non-commercial use, Lou asks, does the non-commercial use include draconian we own it clauses? Curious if I have to take my existing work down or if I might make it free one day. That's a good question. We need to, I'm sure that's in here because, you may be non-commercial, but if they own it, I mean, that's a problem. Yeah, that's something we've got to do.
Yeah.
And 10 Bones says, and they own your IP even if you try to give it away. I mean, no one is going to sign that. I mean, you're not going to sign that. I'm not going to sign that. No creator.
You don't have to sign it. All you have to do is make stuff under the license.
Make it under the license. I would never. No one's going to do that. No one's going to do that. No. Hey, Robert. Hey. Yep. All right. We got to get back to that. Yes. But no one. Yeah, we're all doing other things. Like there's no, if this is the license and with that, the owner no go stops, but that's a big one. All right. So we are down here.
More story time.
Making Dungeons and Dragons is a labor of love for us, but it's also a business. Like so many of us. Let me take down Robert here. We, like you, want to keep doing what we love and pushing D&D forward. The open game license was always intended to allow the community to help grow D&D and expand it creatively. It wasn't intended to subsidize major competitors, especially now that Paizo, right? Yeah. It wasn't intended to subsidize major competitors, especially now that PDF is by far the most common form of distribution. I mean, somebody's a boardroom saying that's not what we were supposed to be doing here. And that's why that's there. So moving forward, hugely successful businesses that generate more than 750,000 of annual revenue will also need to share some of that success with us, share that success with them by paying us a royalty of 20 to 25% on the qualifying revenue that they make in excess of 250,000. But even for those wildly successful creators, they will not owe anything on any sale made before January 1, 2024. So, okay, so that no matter how much money they made in 2023. So that is a reason to push Kickstarters, or if you're trying to do something, collect it, get it done. We're not doing this, doing it this way so creators have time to plan for the transition, we're doing it this way so creators have time to plan for the transition and adjust their business plans accordingly. Which is one, still not a lot of time, and second of all, 20 to 25% is huge.
Yeah, I don't know enough about licensing something like a game system or IP to know how huge that is. Right, that might be standard practice for all I know.
It sounds high. I went to a Gamma. I went to a stream or a Gamma, a session on licensing, and they talked about some different. And 20 to 25% is a chunk, and like we could break this down as far as like your Kickstarter revenue and stuff like that. Now, of course, that is over 750,000.
Right, and anything you make under that doesn't qualify. Just the first dollar after. At $750,001, you're going to pay 25 cents.
And now, okay, now here's something we got to think about as far as for Kickstarter and stuff like that, because on my videos, I've talked about a lot. If you're planning for a Kickstarter, one of the things that Kickstarter does that some people are not ready for, and I was not ready for, is that Kickstarter takes a chunk of your shipping. So that's why a lot of people will charge shipping later. There are other reasons to charge shipping later too. But if you put in your actual shipping number, if two things it does. If you put in your actual shipping number on Kickstarter, one, Kickstarter takes a chunk of that shipping number. So you're having to pay out of pocket for that. And second of all, Kickstarter adds your shipping cost to the actual goal. So, you may hit your goal, but actually not, because there's shipping in there.
Interesting.
And so if you are having to pay 20 or 25%, you hit this, and then all of a sudden, all right, time to, or you don't, maybe you don't hit this. Maybe you hit like 700,000. You're successful, but you're just under. Now you collect shipping. Shipping can be a lot. And now so that's basically all of your, you go over your qualifying revenue by charging shipping. And then all of a sudden you're paying a royalty on your shipping.
Yeah.
That's going to drive up. If you don't notice that, you're going to lose a bunch of money.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be subsidizing.
One more thing you have to take into account, right? And have it to be so lucky as to make in excess of $750,000 selling role-playing games.
But that may come down.
Yeah, it could. At this point, who knows, right?
Right. How do I agree to the OGL commercial? This is what we're talking about. Anyone publishing content under the commercial license will need to register that content with us by creating an account at D&D Beyond, providing us with identifying information such as the name of the person or entity creating the work, the title of the new work, a summary of the work, and, once the work is available to others, a copy of the work. When you complete that registration, we will also be confirming your agreement to the terms of the OGL commercial. You can find the registration form here with a link here. Overhead is a publisher. We were talking about overhead. Licensing, filling out all of your stuff with and registering it. More stuff that you would have to do.
You're coming up on the painful paragraph, though. I can see that coming.
Well, okay, so let's get to the painful paragraph then.
Yeah,
okay.
right.
So then, what if I don't like these terms and don't agree to the OGL commercial? That's fine. It just means that you cannot earn income from any SRD-based D&D content you create on or after January 13, 2023, and you will need to either operate under the new OGL non-commercial or strike a custom deal direct with Wizards of the Coast for your project. But if you want to publish SRD-based content on or after January 13, 2023 and commercialize it, your only option is to agree to the OGL commercial. You want to take that one, Mark?
Oh, yeah. I mean, what that means is if you've just fulfilled your Kickstarter for a 5th edition OGL product and you don't want to use the 1.1, you have 4 days to get your content published. So better get working unless something changes. This is what it says. It says you've got 4 days left to publish your content.
Yeah, that's rough. That's more of the environment changing on long Kickstarters. So if you don't agree with this, and this is not saying, to be clear, the reason this hurts is because this is not saying you cannot earn income from like a 6th edition SRD.
Correct. Or even 5th edition stuff made January 14th, you can earn income, but it's under the terms of the 1.1 agreement. So after the 13th, you have to agree to the 1.1 agreement, is what it's saying from my read.
Yeah, I would say that is exactly what they are asserting. I'm gonna scroll down to the bottom of the comments and see what people are saying here. Okay, yeah, that's when Lou was talking about different things going on. Okay, I did want to talk about the movie. Now might be a good time to talk about that, because Lou says with the new movie, they probably feel the larger community outweighs the diehard online community. Yeah, I wonder how that's going to go.
Don't know. It might go fine.
It might go fine. It could completely go fine. But on the other hand, you can't underestimate the anger of, or that you can't underestimate, as I found, it seems like in the broader culture, don't underestimate a whole bunch of irate YouTubers, because sometimes they matter. And so it is interesting that we got this big movie here, and I've talked about the review of the movie trailer and stuff like that on the channel. We got this big movie that's in distribution, headed out to distribution and stuff like this, and all of this is happening at the same time. So they must have this coordinated in their strategy. And what Lou's talking about right here could be it. This movie's about to hit. Everybody's going to know Dungeons and Dragons. It's going to be phenomenally popular. It's going to launch a new Marvel-like franchise, and everybody's just going to want to buy D&D project, the brand D&D products. That could be what they're hoping.
Yeah, and probably Hasbro's hoping to sell standalone games and role play toys like swords and helmets and things, and streaming television and stuff like that, because that's what they make the most money off of, not off us buying a player's handbook.
But I see people saying the boycott the thieves stuff. I mean, the community, albeit small, but the community is probably not going to go see that movie now. Those people are not going to see that movie.
No, it's too bad.
Well, it is too bad, because I would have liked, to have seen a really good D&D movie. I would really like for that to exist. Now, actually, I would prefer it to be Forgotten Realms or Greyhawk. That's a different discussion. But as far as quality fantasy movies that bring people into the hobby, I want that to exist. But okay, we've blown that now. Maybe it's. I'm still skeptical of it being a good movie, but we will see.
But the long and short of it is that at least if this timetable is right, and unless obviously they'll probably bump it up at this point, but that's like 4 days to get your book done, right?
Yeah, it's impossible. It's just Kobold. Trula says even Kobold Press is virtually unknown outside of our community. Yet we are a small community. Even those that aren't super involved will be affected eventually. The same reasons that D&D became popular over time will have a negative effect on the community down the road. Michael says creators affect DMs and DMs affect players. Lynn Dark Knight. Oh, good to see you, Lynn. Lynn's here. Lynn says, I believe the mainstream fans will be swayed or not swayed depending on how sources like Critical Role handle the situation. So if they make some form of public statement, that might cause waves. And I don't think we have that yet. Oh, they did?
I think they did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they announced that they're going to be developing their own game system. I'm pretty sure that announcement was already made.
So that's news to me.
Yeah, I'll look. By the way, we're at like 96 likes. You're almost up to 100.
So, almost up to 100 likes, 96 likes. Yeah, okay, so if we have information on the Critical Role situation, that would be great to include here. That would be great. So, and Trucker Author says nearly 20,000 people have signed the open D&D letter. Lou Anders says, healthy and quality and diversity of the field will be devastated. It's not a good thing, but fandom is a sort of powerless elite against the actual numbers that are needed to be successful. And they are huge numbers, especially when you're talking about like a movie and stuff like that. Lou Anders says, I'm looking to publish for Savage World, Cypher, Fate, etc. I'm looking to, but I saw the breakdown last year, and D&D is like 90% of the field. Pathfinder has the bulk of the remainder, and everybody else was crowded into the 1-2%. Yeah, it's absolutely the case. I'd like to publish for multiple things too, but I've had friends who want to do RPGs, and like Brian published for Fate. I mean, Brian Cullen published for Fate a lot, but he was like the number of people who play D&D. I got to put this stuff out for D&D. just because of the numbers. And but when we were writing the Journey of the Tree of Sorrows RPG, that was the call that David made. The numbers are in D&D. You got to make it for that.
Yep. Yeah.
But there's no way that people would publish that. The people I know would make that call and use the new license. Shadowman 939 says, I was just passed an interesting idea. The leak was done by WotC on purpose to see the reaction of the community. Well, what do you think, Mark?
No, I mean, it doesn't make a difference, right? I mean, whether it was done on purpose or accidentally, the reality is they're showing that this is what they think they could do. So why?
You're right. Yes, it would be. My counter to that was also that if they were planning on doing that and then playing the hero, because, I said they could do something like, say, this is something our legal team drafted up, and they brought it into us, and then we looked at it and went, oh my God, no, there's no way we could ever do this. Our lawyer team drafted this up, but they were like, no way, get rid of this. There's no way we would give that to the community. And then it leaked, and they put that out there intentionally. And they were going to play the hero by saying, no, we rejected that completely. This is what we're doing for the community. They waited a long time. They waited a long time to respond.
A really long time. And I really think that, the only way they could make up for it at this point is if they came out with a new license that protected us more.
Yeah.
Without that, I don't know how anyone's going to really, go back on this one.
Like the one, well, some people said you could do that kind of easily by doing the 1.0A and just add the word revocable or irrevocable. Add the word irrevocable. Lou's here.
Hey,
how's it going?
I decided to stop lurking and quit multitasking for a moment.
Well, good. We're welcome. Glad to have you here. This has become an epic stream. So we got Lou here. Lou, do you want to, you've been in the stream here, but do you want to give a quick recap on who you are and what you're doing? Some people in the channel already know because we've been looking at your work, but you want to give everybody a overview real quick?
I'm Lou Anders. I am a editor in science fiction, art director and publishing, turned children's author, turned game designer. Done a lot of work for Cobalt Press. In 2021, I put out my own campaign, 5e-based campaign setting based on my books. Then I disappeared for a year where I worked for Facebook on something that I hope sees the light of day. And then I came back with a Kickstarter, which I'm working to fulfill as fast as possible now in case it gets shut down.
Oh, yeah. You are in the middle.
Yeah, I'm in a bind.
Oh, yeah. So we have exactly that situation right here with Lou.
You got good news. 4 days, Lou. You get, as long as you get it out in the next 4 days, you're fine.
Yeah. I'm not.
Yeah. So yeah, imagine Andre Francisco Duras Philidor says WotC is removing support slowly for paper Magic, focusing instead of the online game. Seems like everything they're working on is going to the online games, right? Hit the button. Yep. Hit the button. All right. Well, let's go on. Lou, do you have comments on what we were just saying? Do you have something that has been on your mind that you want to say instead of type?
No. I'll move forward. I was still multitasking before I got live.
Kirga says, hi, this is important to address. Hi, is this document the final and official version of the OGL 1.1? No. Do you know what is the market share of third-party content? Well, Lou was just talking about that.
1 to 2%.
But no. 1 to 2. Well, if you include Pathfinder, then it's a little bit more. So 10%.
Yeah, I mean, all actually not third-party content. All other role-playing games are about 1 to 2% of the field, other than D&D and Pathfinder. It's incredibly small, which is why when people say just design for another system, it's not viable if this is your primary source of income.
Right. So we were saying this, just so everybody, if you're coming in, this is the text of the purported leak. There was a leak that Gizmodo based an article on. That's what they say. And then here we have this text, which we don't necessarily know is 100% exactly what Gizmodo is looking at. But it seems credible that this has now come out that we're able to look at. So this is not an official release of the OGL 1.1 draft. Not.
It's not official, but it is what was sent to some of the people with NDAs. It was sent out to some of the bigger players along with the a form to sign. And this was the document was sent. We've had that verified. There was a guy who just left D&D Beyond in December who has said that this is verifiable. He commented on Twitter, if you make your living with 5e, have a backup plan. The document may change a little bit between this and coming out, but the "we own your stuff" is unlikely to change.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, the head of gaming at Kickstarter verified this document. Because negotiated down from 25% to 20% for their platform.
They verified. We looked at that on one video.
It's real. It's real.
This
it's not final, but it's real, and it's unlikely to change much unless they actually are paying attention to this outcry.
Yes, we're confident we are not looking at like a hoax document or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next paragraph. Why is Wizards of the Coast updating OGL 1.1 and subdividing it into commercial and non-commercial terms? A lot has changed since the old OGL was launched, and that means the old license has some unintended applications we need to fix. For example, when we released OGL 1.0a, YouTube, apps, blockchain, crowdfunding, and other now everyday technologies and distribution channels didn't really exist in the way they do today. OGL wasn't intended to fund major competitors. There's that phrase again, right? And it wasn't intended to allow people to make D&D apps, videos, or anything other than printed or printable materials for use while gaming. We are updating the OGL in part to make that very clear, it says. Additionally, over time, the old OGL incorporated some confusing and even contradictory provisions. I would like some examples. Maybe it will provide it, maybe it won't. If it was also written in fairly dense legal language. So while we're updating it to take into account developments since it was last revised and breaking out commercial use into a separate category, we're also simplifying the language and streamlining the provisions so it's easier to understand and comply with. For even more clarity, we've included comments that should help to illustrate what the provisions do, which you can assess by clicking the relevant comment links in the licensed documents. We strongly believe in the power of creativity and the goal of the old OGL. Well, you say you do, right? And this is the new OGL revision in both commercial and non-commercial form is helping our incredibly community to build and share campaigns, supplements, and other content that enriches the way we play D&D, which we're coming is not true. Did we come up with some information on Critical Role?
Yeah, I looked. I can't find anything, so I'm starting to question the source at this point. So do not listen to me about Critical Role. I can't find anything official.
Okay. If you come up with something, I'm putting the Ravenkeep Discord server invite back in the chat here. So if something like that comes up, let me know and I can get to a link if you put a link through the Discord server chat on the Morning Grind.
I know they shut down discussion on the OGL for the official subreddit. But other than that, that's all that I know at this point.
I heard that the Critical Role did.
Yeah, Critical Role.
The Critical Role and Wizards did.
Subreddit shut down discussion, although I believe it turned back on later.
I was there a few minutes ago. It was still off.
It's still off. Okay, yeah. I stand correct.
But basically, their message was it won't stop the show or the cartoon, so we're good.
Right. Sucks to be anybody else, but we're fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Franco says that they're not speaking up. They says they will not speak up. At least they have not yet. So we will see. All right. So we've got what are these headings here? Non-commercial, commercial, and non-commercial. Any non-commercial use of licensed content, and we're going to define what licensed content is below, is subject to this agreement. By using licensed content in this manner, you agree to the terms of this agreement. This agreement contains your consent to jurisdiction in Washington State for any disputes between you and us, and your agreement that any such disputes will be resolved in individual litigation heard by a judge rather than a jury. If a dispute ever occurs, we hope you agree with us that it's best all around if it's handled quickly, efficiently, and with the least expense possible.
Sure.
like as if that's really what is,
right. I'm glad they have our best interests at heart. That's fantastic.
Right.
Thanks, guys.
The comment here about our best interest, right? It's not convincing us. So content covered and not. Dungeons & Dragons involves several different categories of content created by the creator, the you, and by Wizards of the Coast and its parents, affiliates, suppliers, and distributors, us or we. Here are different kinds of content and how they relate to this license. Content covered, usable D&D content, licensed content. This is Dungeons & Dragons content that is included with the SRD version 5.1, including basic game mechanics and a curated selection of classes, monsters, spells, and items that allow you to make content compatible with Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition.
And that's the current SRD, just to be clear for folks.
5.1.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
See, see, that's why I think the movie must have something to do with this as well, because I would think not that any of this is particularly ordinary, but in ordinary circumstances, you would think that, well, this license will take effect upon the release of 1 D&D. Like, prepare for all of that. This is coming. These changes are made, but it's coming now, and it's applying to the existing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Not usable D&D content. This is Dungeons & Dragons content that has been or later will be produced as official. That is released by Wizards of the Coast or any of its predecessors or successors, and is not present in the SRD version 5.1. That has been or later will be produced as official by Wizards of the Coast, and that means TSR, right? Predecessors or successors. So it's talking about TSR stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And is present in the SRD 5.1, and is not, present in the SRD 5.1. Unlicensed content includes things like the most famous Dungeons & Dragons monsters, characters, magic spells, and things relating to the various settings used in Dungeons & Dragons official content over the years. And we need to come up with that. That list is available, but we need to also have a list of things that you might think that are D&D, but are actually not.
Mm-hmm.
What the old open game license referred to as product identity. Unlicensed content is not covered by this agreement, and you agree to use the unlicensed and you agree not to use unlicensed content unless your use is specifically authorized by a separate agreement with us. If you want to include that content in your work, you must go through the official's DM Guild or other channels. Has anybody either of you published on DM's Guild? I don't know anything about it.
Mm-mm. No, DM's Guild, what it allows you to do is create things like an adventure that takes place in Waterdeep, right? And then you can publish it, but you have to follow a different set of rules, and they get a cut, and they own a certain amount of the content. I haven't even looked at all the details because it hasn't been my focus, but I do know that's kind of the idea, is it lets you play in the sandbox a little bit more, but you don't get to take home the toys you make. So
yeah, I can see that being cool. So, you get to write something Forgotten Realms, right? But then
that's kind of awesome, right? If you're a fan and all you want to do is create fan content and share it with the world, that's kind of awesome.
And also make a little bit of money. So, there's some kind of cut or something there, right? So there's a little bit of money, and you get to write something like, say, in Waterdeep, right? Or wherever in the Forgotten Realms. Severian.
Lou is sharing with us or not, but he's muted at the moment. So.
You're muted, Lou. You're muted. Can I unmute him? Nope, you're muted, Lou. We'll bring him back in just a second.
Yep.
Oh, we're still here.
But where's Mark?
Hey, I'm here back.
For some reason we tanked. Maybe that has something to do with that. Because Lou, you're not muted anymore. So,
but it's not that important. I was just saying that it started with Forgotten Realms only. They have now opened it to some of their other settings, and they do have a system. They have something called the DM's Guild Adepts, which are people that work with WotC on select content that's not official, but it's slightly official.
Yeah.
And some of those go on to work for them. So it is a training program where they can train up designers and cherry pick the cream of the crop out of it. It's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
But it's I don't have any interest in writing for their system and giving them a huge cut when I can write for my own world and keep it all.
Yeah, it's not a platform to build a business on.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's not a bad platform. It's not a bad platform.
So Severin said, tricky language there. There's that the way that's worded means they can officially release your content and then you can no longer release it. So yeah, them getting your content and being able to release it through their distribution channels is just crazy. We talked about that on several different ones. Then of course they could also undercut you. I mean, so that means they could even put it out for free. Open D&D has published on DM's Guild. Now this is also a good thing because I've seen people say like this may work in the U.S. but never in Europe or something like that. I'm curious to know how this works out in the European Union. Here, copyright laws are different in the U.S. Yeah, I'm sure they're looking at that, but I have no idea. I mean, we're talking about the difference between perpetual and revocable here in the U.S. I have no idea how that is in the European Union.
Yeah, and I can't relocate to the European Union at the moment, so unfortunately, I'm kind of stuck.
Right. Well, see, McDougal says, who are they to claim to be the arbiters of fantasy and all this stuff to begin with? If that's the case, they should pay everyone for the use of folklore, myths, and legends. It kind of strikes me. Well, what do you think about that?
Well, I mean, I don't think they're setting themselves. They're setting themselves as the arbiters of their setting. And to be realistic, the things that you're not allowed to use are creatures that they basically came up with in their books. Right? Carrion Crawler is one I discovered isn't in the SRD because it's a creature they came up with. And
Mind Flayers and Beholders.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. The most obvious examples. Yeah. So, I mean, we can't use Wookiees and we can't use Mind Flayers and Beholders, and that doesn't really surprise me. That's kind of how this works. So,
but it does seem like in some ways like the Disney effect here. You know, Disney has also uses all the stuff from folklore, but then holds very tightly to. That has to do with like the lapses in copyright and public domain and things like that.
Well, and you probably folks remember when Games Workshop attempted to trademark Space Marine and all of that.
Did that end up working or not?
I don't think it worked. I have never really followed up on it, but yeah.
I remember that, and I was thinking that's why we must have. People are wondering if when we talked about if Wizards of the Coast had cast silence on us. I don't think so. I hope not. I hope not. Yes, I have a Cone of Dispel magic up, so it must have been strong magic if that was the case. So yeah. All right. So let's. This is crazy. This stream. I'm sorry that I might be able to get to everybody's comment. But yeah, Ironcaster says, welcome, Ironcaster. By opting into this, you grant them perpetual rights to your content. They can revoke your right to the license and then keep your work. You're denied then your own work. Ed Greenwood sold Forgotten Realms for $10,000? Right to the license. Wow. All right, let me pull up the...
Someone says that they didn't get Space Marine. They got a different term where Space Marine is the colloquialism. I can never say that word. Colloquialism.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's why I know the Games Workshop came up with like Adeptopus Astidius. And that's the same comment right here. Yeah. So that's why they've all got weird names now, is because that's trademarkable or copyrightable and all of that. So they can't just have, they don't want to have just like elves anymore. So, okay, so I think that was here. So we went to your content. Okay, so what is your content? Your content. Right? Your content. These are the characters, classes, settings, spells, items, new rules, and other creations that you have crafted. They are your original contributions to the work that you want to sell. This license permits you to combine your content with the licensed content and commercially distribute the resulting works. Works covered. This license only applies to materials you create for use or as role-playing games, use for in or as role-playing games and other game supplements, and only as printed media and static electronic files such as EPUBs and PDFs. It does not allow the distribution of any other form of media. It does not apply to the creation of anything else. Comments. So there's a lot we should talk about there, but so let's go to the comments. We've got that first comment. To be clear, OGL non-commercial only allows for the creation of role-playing games and supplements in printed media and static electronic file formats. It does not allow for anything else, including but not limited to things like videos, virtual tabletops or VTT campaigns, computer games, novels, apps, graphic novels, music, songs, dances, and pantomimes. You may engage in those activities only to the extent they are allowed under the Wizards of the Coast fan content policy or separately agreed to between you and us. And we do need this fan content policy eventually because that's coming back up.
Unfortunately, that's the end of my pantomime expansion. But the VTT campaigns is interesting because that seems like that creates a different set of rules. If you want to create, say, the VTT version for Roll20 of your adventure, it's going to fall under a different set of rules from what I'm reading here. Unless probably you want to put it onto the Beyond D&D Beyond VTT that they're building, but yeah, that's interesting.
Lou, how is that impacting you? Because Lou does the virtual tabletop stuff.
Well, the VTT Roll20 does have a deal with Wizards right now, so it would not impact me if I publish something on Roll20, but I couldn't publish it anywhere else. But I couldn't do that anyway, for reasons that have nothing to do with this.
But also, like, what because I haven't ever created virtual tabletop content. What is it that's in that virtual tabletop package that would fall under the OGL anyway?
I think what this is cutting out is places like Foundry that have character creator software bundled in with their VTT. So, you go in there and you say, I'm playing Call of Cthulhu, and then you have a Call of Cthulhu character sheet pop up. They don't want character sheets. I think that's what it's designed to shut down is D&D Beyond competition for things that allow you to automate your character sheets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Because I was thinking like what you create, Lou. You're talking about your tokens and your maps and things like that you load in. I was like,
using they want D&D Beyond to be the only place where you can play in a VTT on Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah. They have an agreement with Roll20, but they don't have agreement with all the other Shard, Tabletop, and Foundry, and all the other places that are popping up.
Mm-hmm.
So those places won't be able to host your character information without violating this.
That makes more sense, because I was like, you don't need an OGL to make your character tokens. So it's like somebody asked me about World Anvil. So like World Anvil does host stuff for your D&D character. So that would be potentially an issue under here. I've seen a couple of things. Yeah, the morality clause I see over here in the comments coming up. I want to talk about that. But yeah, okay. So, but look, we want to talk about this. Factotum says, I can't tell if the pantomime is just snark or against a theater group that do that in the round gaming like dorks in dungeons. And okay, so well, let's talk about that one because that's the most obvious. Because when I was reading through that, and I think that was in like the Gizmodo thing, it says that you can't do pantomimes. It's not licensing pantomimes. And I was trying to come up with, I asked the community, I was like, who, like, that must be in there for a reason. And there are a couple of reasons. That one, it could be like stock text that for some, that a lawyer puts in and for some reason includes pantomimes. Or they actually are thinking about somebody. And I can't think of anybody who's doing D&D pantomimes. But somebody else in the comments said TikTok. I'm not on TikTok, but those TikToks where people are, moving around and doing stuff that are D&D related, is that a D&D, if you're doing a D&D themed TikTok and you're just moving around and pantomiming thing, are they coming after that? I thought that was the most amusing interpretation of perhaps pantomimes.
Yeah. But what about just smacks of someone thought they were being funny, but we'll see. Look, we're friendly. We're like you. We make jokes.
But what about novels? Like, why does it say novels here? Like, what are you going to put in a novel that has to do with OGL?
Well, the spells.
Mind Flayers and Beholders.
Yeah. Or when you talk about the OGL, you start talking about Magic Missile, Fireball. If you have a spell system in your novel that reflects the OGL and the SRD, they're going to say that's not covered by the OGL. That's covered by fan content policy. And so, you can very much, like if I wrote a D&D novel, you would know it's a D&D, right? And that's the thing, is that they're controlling that.
But you couldn't put Beholders in under the OGL anyway. You were saying that's their
but you could put a Magic Missile spell and a Grease spell, and you could use the exact same components, and you could use the same, sense of how the spells are used. So yeah, that's what I do.
All right. So licensed for a work, licensed works for a work to be licensed under this OGL non-commercial. It must meet all four of the following. It qualifies as a covered work as defined in Section 1B. It contains both licensed content and your content. It does not contain unlicensed content, and it contains the text of this OGL non-commercial within the body of the work. This is a massive thing to add to your works. Trying to put we're used to having the one page in the back for the OGL 1.8. Like, that's like, why would you even put all of this in the back here? So license, if you and only you, if and only if you fully comply with the terms and conditions of this agreement, you may copy, use, modify, and distribute licensed content around the world as part of licensed works on a non-commercial basis, meaning for free, not in exchange for money or any other thing of value. We may offer others the ability to use licensed content or unlicensed content under conditions we choose. You may not transfer your rights and duties under this agreement under any circumstances for any reason. This license is non-sub-licensable. As we said in the intro, commercial distribution is any distribution you get paid for in any form: money, crypto, barter, your brother doing your chores for a week, whatever. It does not include donations people give to you in support of your work, so long as they can have access to your work for free if they choose to. And you inform them of that in clear and obvious way. Ownership. You agree that we own copyright, trademark, and patent rights, if any, in the licensed content and the unlicensed content. We reserve all rights not expressly given to you and through this agreement. You agree to include any copyright or other rights notices within the licensed content in your licensed works, and you may not impose any additional, different, or inconsistent terms or conditions with respect to the licensed content in any license you grant to any licensed works. I believe the identification of licensed content, this is also a burden. Identification of licensed content. You must identify in your licensed work which content is licensed content and which content is your content in a way that allows a reader of your licensed work to understand the distinction without checking any other document.
Yeah, that. I don't even know how you do that.
Well, it provides some really ridiculous examples. You can identify content any way you want to, whether it's using a different font for licensed content than for your content, or putting an asterisk next to licensed content and telling readers what those distinctions mean, citing to the SRD whenever you use licensed content like Dragonborn, SRD, page 5, or putting a separate index list in the back of your licensed work that lists out what exactly you used from the SRD, or something else we haven't thought of, but you did. How you do that's entirely up to you. If your readers can tell what's what, we're satisfied. But that's not enough to simply include a statement that your licensed work includes licensed content, what used to be called open game content. If the only way a reader can distinguish what you created from what you did is to check your licensed work against the SRD, you are not in compliance with this provision.
So, I mean, so to put myself for an example, even if they didn't have the onerous clauses in there already, I'm done. I cannot sell my work anymore. Right? Straight up. Because I don't mark every single spot in the SRD. It says any content taken from the SRD is considered open game content. So, yeah, I'm just done.
As a former art director who does his own layout now, this is like one of the most egregious things in the document. I can't imagine making my book so ugly as to have to put asterisks up behind everything or use a different font. And
what consists of open? Like a certain collection of words, a specific word, names only? I mean, I have to say that they've done a great job of reducing the dense legal language of the old one by expanding it from 1 page to 15.
Right.
I feel like this is so deliberately odious as to discourage anyone from trying.
Well, that's what I think. It seems like on so many different levels. I mean, one of them would be enough for us all to bounce as creators. But when you put them all together, like, who is this really for? Like, I'm struggling to actually think of an example of somebody. I'm not talking about some other negotiated deal, but I'm trying to think of in what circumstances would you look at this and go, oh yeah, that's exactly what I need. I can't think of any. So how, of course, that goes against their intent of, hey, let's have everybody, creating more content and sharing D&D and stuff like that. It just quite go through all of this to say that it's just, or maybe that's the point. Maybe they're like, ideally we would just revoke this and just not have this anymore. But maybe we don't think we can do that for some technical reason, but we can deauthorize and then issue this that makes it so impossible and so ridiculous that you just won't do it. And then it's over.
So I guess I would say that what I'm seeing here, we had some contracts written up for sharing our content back when we first started, and they're pretty detailed. And this is the sort of thing that lawyers write up to protect their clients' rights. And so looking at this, I mean, to be fair, this is clear. It's not, in my term, odious. I think what they're asking for is bad. I think how they're asking for it and the level of clarity they're trying to achieve isn't in itself a bad thing. In fact, a lot of people were so confused all the time about what was allowed that it sounds like they're attempting to rectify that. So again, I'm not defending them as being like good by doing this. I'm just saying that I don't know that all of this detail is necessarily a bad thing in the license.
No. Well, I agree on that side, because like when I'm writing contracts for things too, I mean, I'll put a lot of detail in them, but I try to make sure that they're clear, that, why is this in here in order to try to future-proof something. but yeah, it's what is happening here. It's what that what is being explained here. That is,
I think the lawyers got paid by the word. It's really what we're coming down to, because they're repeating a lot of the same things over and over again.
Well, they may have. Yeah, but this would make books ugly, and I mean, so maybe somebody comes up with a creative way to do it. But yeah, that's another thing. That, like, you're right. I hadn't thought about having to relay out old books completely to fit that, and you would even have to go back and find all of that. That's just a burden that nobody's going to do. So when you're talking about taking stuff down, that's one of the reasons why.
Yeah, I commented in the chat that, like, if you have a physical print-on-demand title on Drive-Thru RPG, they require you to order a new proof copy every time you make a change.
Mm-hmm.
So if you had 20 titles up and you had to add this to each of them, you've already probably spent more than you'll ever make on the site.
Yeah, and I can't even imagine folks who have a warehouse and do their own shipping and have 5,000 books that they got from an overseas printer that are sitting there, and they've got 4 days to sell them, right? I mean, those have the wrong license in them. They don't fit this. So yeah, they'd be, I can't even imagine.
The fact that the original document had a 7-day window is just unbelievable. I mean, a 1-year window would be difficult for for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, like when somebody says in the context of this, we're making the creators make this change or accept this new license in a short amount of time, my brain went 1 year. That would be a short amount of time. And so my jaw dropped when I saw 7 days.
Thursday.
So Daniel Donnert says, hi, welcome, Daniel. The list of things includes novels, dances, and pantomimes was the list of things not covered in the OGL, but there are other new agreements not yet leaked. Right. So you got to do some fan stuff or something like that. It's still covered someplace.
That's just a given statement. It applies to everything. That not anymore.
Everything is covered really in some way.
Comment, really. That pretty sums up how I feel about, not anymore. Just kind of the general sense, sentiment.
See, Brahmo says, I know this sucks, but what is being overlooked is that creators were always on borrowed time when they're using someone else's IP the entire time.
Yeah.
That at least when the OGL was released, I don't think everybody thought we're on borrowed time. I don't think those other companies would have started.
Right.
If everybody thought that.
Hit the button, right? And I think people might have still done it. And I think he makes a good point, or he or she or they make a good point that it does suck. And I don't think anyone is saying they can't do this. Of course they can do this. They have every right to do this. It doesn't, they're still jerks for doing it. I mean, that's the bottom line. Not that anyone thinks they can't do it or it's unfair. It's just kind of a jerk move to a community that's sort of built them.
Right. See, and also, but right, I saw this as well. Brutus the Cat says the OGL was based on open source software philosophy. I remember that being talked about at the time as well, because open source software was kind of a new thing, and that was used to explain what was going on with the OGL. Hey, it's like open source, but now we're doing for tabletop games and not just software, which was something that all the geeks understood. Oh, open source software, now that's coming to our tabletop game. I remember that being talked about a lot. That philosophy was definitely in the discussion. Share alike. So we are letting you use licensed content for free because you are using it on a non-commercial basis. If you want to better protect your ownership, you may register under the OGL commercial. You agree that others can do the same with your work. This means each time you distribute or otherwise make your work available, you offer the recipient a license to the work on the same terms and conditions granted you under this license. You may not impose upon others any terms that alter, restrict, or otherwise change the terms of this license or the recipient's exercise of the rights granted under this license. So does that mean that other people can use your non-commercial content?
Yes.
It looks like it to me anyway.
That's what that looks like to me. I hadn't seen that talked about.
Yeah, it might be saying, and I doubt it, considering the intent of the rest of it, it seems like, but it could be saying that they have a right to use the SRD content the same way you had a right to use it. They can strip the SRD stuff out of yours and use it, and you can't stop them from doing that. In other words, once you put it in your document, you can't further restrict what's already being used. I mean, I would ask a lawyer, but...
Well, that sounds like the philosophy of the original OGL. There's going to be product identity, your stuff, and then there's also open gaming content, and you identify those in the back, and so you can't further restrict the open gaming stuff that's coming into your work, but you could restrict your work, because this says you offer a recipient license to the work, not just the licensed content.
What is the work defined as originally? That's what I don't remember. Is it the work, the SRD, or is the work what you create?
Well, that's okay. That's a good question. We don't have just terms up at the top. So that would be our that would be the thing to look at. Yeah.
But again, it's part of the legalese that you have to sort through if you want to do this.
Okay, so if you may not impose upon others, or you may not impose upon others any terms that alter, restrict, or otherwise change the terms of this license or the recipient's exercise of the rights granted under this license. You must distribute a copy of this license alongside your work. For clarity, the license should probably appear either in the front or back of your book, but it must be in the book. So you're also losing page count here. You're losing page count.
0.003 font, I think, would be appropriate. Comes with a little plastic magnifier you can use.
Yeah, no more than that. Right, yes. So the version of this license you enclose with your work must be this license. You must keep intact all notices that refer to it, and you must keep its disclaimers of warranties. Donations. Your distribution of your work must be non-commercial. So we're still under non-commercial. This means you cannot require that anyone give you anything of value. Like here we are again with this idea. However, you are permitted to accept donations through Patreon, Ko-fi, or other similar platforms, provided the donations are not a condition for the receipt of your work, and you make it clear that and obvious to your donors. In other words, if you make your work available for free and ask others to contribute what they like to you so they can continue to do so, you're fine. But any work is available only to subscribers, patrons, or other words for people who give you money for access to it, then your non-free work is subject to the OGL commercial, and all that income is revenue under the license. This is a larger point, but for a question for both of you, are we dealing with, at least in part, some of the original sin of the internet, which is that everything should be free? And how are we as creators supposed to monetize our stuff today? Like, what the most direct way to do that?
You mean under the new terms of this agreement?
I'm just talking about the way the internet is set up today with, our philosophy of the internet with, digital things should be free, that kind of philosophy. Now, hopefully we're fighting that back with, well, the reason you should pay for PDFs is because they take a lot to create. But, there's the underlying philosophy that we seem to have been operating the internet by as well.
I don't know. I think that has sort of formed into things on the internet should be, you should compensate the people who make things, but that's not completely true. It depends on the person, right? You've got people who think everything should be free and copyright should go away. You got people who think, no, we'll never get new things if we don't pay people a living wage to make them. So I just don't think we've really settled at all on what that is. That's my thought anyway.
I do wonder what they're thinking. I wonder, or if they are thinking about this at all. Okay, so we should warranties and disclaimers. You represent and warrant that you are over 18 years of age or younger. You have, or if younger, you have your parent or guardian review these terms and agree to them on your behalf. You have the power or authority and the right to enter into this agreement and perform the obligations it asks from you. If we require additional paperwork or documentation from you in connection with the licensed work, you will provide it to us as soon as possible. You will comply with other requirements we have related to this agreement, such as registering or creating an account with us. Your licensed works do not and will not infringe upon any third party's intellectual property rights or any of our rights not licensed to you via this agreement or any other. You will not state, suggest, or imply your licensed works are endorsed by or associated with us, except that you must include the text of the OGL non-commercial. Within the body of this work, you indicate that your licensed works are compliant with this agreement. You will not violate the law in any way relating to this agreement or your licensed works. You will not use any of the content or works covered by Section 1 for any harmful, discriminatory, illegal, obscene, or harassing purposes. You will not do anything that could harm our reputation, that of Dungeons & Dragons, or the reputation of licensed content or unlicensed content. For purposes of clarity, this provision does not apply to criticism of Wizards of the Coast, Dungeons & Dragons, or the licensed content or unlicensed content that does not independently violate these provisions. So we are allowed to criticize them.
Good. Thank God.
That's awfully nice of them. That's awfully nice of them. Oh, Alan Animus says Hasbro stock fell today. Trey says
actually Hasbro stock has been falling since noon on Friday. I'm not sure what time the stock exchange opens, but the announcement I think came out on Thursday at like 5 p.m. So it'd be related. I don't know. It'd be nice if it was.
That's the only thing. We talk here on YouTube about things and all of that, and we're talking about how small a community this really is. But so that's why I always say that what actually matters is going to be money. That eventually, if you want something to change, eventually there's some amount of money that somebody will notice is all of a sudden gone.
Right.
And we'll want to find out why. And it's kind of rare for that to happen because there's a lot more money out there than you think. But there are a few situations where something has happened and then somebody has lost a company has lost a massive amount of money, and that has made somebody change and take notice.
Don't see the movie.
So yeah, so no movie. I mean, that's one of them. Like, well, Star Wars and its movie situation is one of those. Yeah, so that caused major changes in the way that Star Wars operates. Now, they might not have actually improved according to some people's interpretations of what happened after that, but that did force a change. It forced a big change.
Yeah,
but it was the money on that. So let's see here. Well, so here's, somebody says right here, Babylonia Rising says, I'm concerned this will devolve into death threats, name calling, and politics. I can see it coming. Our criticism will be framed as toxicity. How do we combat that?
Yeah, that's a good point. All people writing letters of protest and things need to be as polite as possible. We need to make sure it can't be painted with that brush.
Mm-hmm.
If you there's a Discord right now. What is the name of it? Protect the OGL, I think. Mm-hmm. And they've got a number of sample letters you can write that are very, very on point and articulate, but very polite. And it's the Defend the OGL Discord.
Oh, yeah. Should we post a link to that?
Yeah.
I've got that.
You got that, good. And yeah. I think that they've gotten like just sample things to send to WotC, sample things to say on the phone if you call into their offices, and it's very they're stressing stay polite.
So
yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Well, this is not necessary. This is a different topic. I saw something in the contract and I was going to comment. I was like, oh, interesting. Jay, there, you will not attempt to circumvent or go around this agreement. I think everyone trying to reskin D&D and pretend it's not D&D needs to read that line and recognize what it means.
I've got to bounce. I appreciate you having me on. It's hysterical to me that this document is so long that I can't stay for the whole of it.
Right.
It's great seeing you guys and everybody.
Yeah, it's great talking to you, Lou. Thank you so much for dropping by.
Yeah, take care.
Do you want to tell people where to find you? Okay. Oh man, I meant to ask him about that. So, but if you look up right now, he is on Drive-Thru RPG, the Thrones and Bones RPG, Thrones and Bones campaign setting. Let me drop a link to that.
Yeah, absolutely. His stuff is fantastic. And on top of that, they originated in a set of, I think, middle grade books that I have to say were my kids' absolute all-time favorites. So, definitely if you want your kids to read some very cool Dungeons and Dragons style books, get them those. And then after that, buy the Thrones and Bones game and play it with them. It's a blast.
Yeah, if you look up Thrones and Bones, so he's been doing it, and Mark is doing it too. But Lou has traditionally published fantasy author, so he got all of that done. Traditional publishing, been self-publishing RPGs in the same world, and he's even gotten licenses to write Star Wars. So he is making all of that happen.
Yeah.
Lou's publishing company is called Lazy Wolf Studios. So if you look up Lazy Wolf Studios as a publisher on Drive-Thru RPG, or you just look up Thrones and Bones, you're going to find him. I'm going to put this link in the chat here.
Yeah, Lou makes a good point. Buy the game now because it may not be available in a bit. So now might be a really good time to pick up a copy of your favorite 5e games. So
yeah, it really is. Lou's, because people have been concerned about that. Lou's Thrones and Bones setting. And it's got the VTT content and everything like that. The link is now in the chat, so definitely check that out.
Fantastic.
Actually, while we're talking about that, did you say that you've got what's going on with the Tultas? You've got a sale going on or something right now?
Well, I put the player's handbook is on sale for $3.99, the PDF. But we did that because, like I said, and we talked about just briefly that we are working on launching an effort to build a new game system, not a reskin, a new system that 5e folks can use and 5e players can play. And then that system we're just going to give to the whole world. But because I kind of want people to say, like, can this person really do that? I made the player's handbook $3.99, the player's guide for a Tultas $3.99 right now, so people can look at it without burning $20. So
where do they find that? Is that on
Drive-Thru RPG? It's on Drive-Thru RPG. Yeah. And in fact, if you just pull up a Tultas player's guide on Drive-Thru RPG, you'll see it right there, and it's $3.99 for the PDF version. And again, get it while it's there. Might be a collector's item too to pick up a hardcover of it. So,
yeah, and I've covered that. I really like the Tultas, so we've covered that on this channel as well. So there are you can find out if you want to see my takes on the Magic system and the races and things like that. That is on this channel. So if you want to see it, but hey, it's only $3.99.
Yeah, $3.99, and it's got all the stuff you talked about in it. So the Magic system, the lineages, everything.
So that is also in there as well. Tultas is great. Lou is confirming. So yes. So those are the two links. Definitely check out what Lou and Mark are doing there. Nicholas says, so Paizo will probably be getting a boost out of this, assuming they can actually follow through on that. I hope they're well positioned. Kyle confirms he backed Lou's Kickstarter. Would love to hear more from him about how he feels it affects companies using and backing of the Kickstarter platform. Also, what's his plan to protect backers? We'll have him back on and talk more about stuff. I would like to be able to continue the table talk shows in the near future. Okay, so we were just on J. Okay, do not attempt to circumvent or go around this agreement in any way. Termination. This agreement may be modified or terminated. There you go. It's telling you right now, this one can be terminated. A, modification. This agreement is, along with the OGL commercial, an update to the previous. So wait, what? So this is. No, okay. So this is all about termination. So modification. This agreement is, along with the OGL commercial, an update to the previously available OGL 1.0A, which is no longer an authorized license agreement. We can modify or terminate this agreement for any reason whatsoever, provided we give 30 days notice. We will provide notice of any such changes by posting the revisions on our website and by making public announcements of the changes through our social media channels.
Yeah.
So that's the one that hurts everybody. I mean, well, there's a lot, but that's the one that stops you from just continuing, according to them. According to them, that's it. Oh, maybe it's not. Did they? So I don't think they actually used the word revoke. Have they used the word revoke? We're going to see. So far, we have not actually read the word revoke.
Well,
they've used the word. Yeah, they have used the word no longer an authorized license agreement.
And that's because the previous agreement says that you can continue to sell your works under an authorized agreement. And so by using the word deauthorized, clause 9 in the original OGL, they invalidate your ability to sell under that agreement. So it means you have to use 1.1 if you want to continue to sell your products.
And that, yeah. And I've seen a lot of discussion on that as well. There's a lot of stuff in comments everywhere about the validity of authorization, deauthorization. So there's, we look at perpetual, we've got revocation, we've got authorized versus authorized. There are all these layers on top of all of this. What you think might be something simple just is not. So termination. We terminate the agreement immediately if you infringe upon or misuse any of our intellectual property, violate any law in relation to your activities under this agreement, or if we determine in our sole discretion that you have violated section, 8.G or 8.H. To be clear, we have the sole right to decide what conduct violates section 8.G or section 8.H. And you covenant agree with us that you will not contest any such determination via any suit or other legal action. To the extent necessary, you will not contest any determination by any suit or other legal. Why would you agree to that? Why would you agree to that?
Yeah, I don't know if they can even put that. I mean, I'd have to ask a lawyer, but I'm pretty sure you can't remove a person's right to fight something in court with a contract. But that's just something I'd heard once. So don't take it from me.
Let's see. Joey, see, this is the conversation that takes place on that. Deauthorization, because I've heard this talked about from different lawyers too, that deauthorization has the effect of revocation, which is termination. And I've heard people go back and forth on that, because people going back and forth on everything, that, well, no, we're not revoking this license. We're just deauthorizing it. Well,
which we always said we could do.
What's the difference between deauthorizing and revoking? The name we use, the letters that make up that word, that's the difference. And then is that or is that not acceptable in law? Lawyers are arguing. Joey says you can force arbitration currently, but isn't this is arbitration legal action?
Good question.
That's another question there, because if you determination by any suit or other legal action, is arbitration legal action? To the extent necessary and allowed by law, you waive any duty of good faith and fair dealing we would otherwise have. To the extent necessary and allowed by law, you waive any duty of good faith and fair dealing we would otherwise have in making such a determination. They're telling you, why would you do that?
You agree to allow us to be evil.
Right. You agree that we do not have to operate in good faith with you. That's like a joke, right? It's like
sounds
something
like a great deal to me. Sign me up.
I mean,
if anyone came to my players in a game and offered that, they would all just walk away or roll for initiative, right? I mean, there's no way they would agree to that.
That's it seems like we keep getting to greater and greater levels of absurdity. I mean, that gets us to a major level of absurdity right there.
Oh man!
You breach any other term or condition of this agreement. You breach any other term or condition of this agreement, and that breach is not cured within 30 days of our providing you notice of the breach by communicating with you. And that breach is not cured within 30 days of providing you notice. Okay, so this is subject for termination. If they tell you something's wrong, you don't fix it. You bring an action challenging our ownership of the licensed content, unlicensed content, or any patent or trademark owned by Wizards of the Coast. You are terminated. Even if you think they're asserting something that they should not be, you're terminated. You may terminate this agreement at any time by ceasing all distribution of your licensed works, and 2, providing us with written notice. Comments. We know this may come across as strong, but this is important. If you attempt to use the OGL as a basis to release blatantly racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, bigoted, or otherwise discriminatory content, or do anything we think triggers those provisions, your content is no longer licensed. To be clear, we want to, and always, support creators who are using the OGL to help them explore sensitive subjects in a positive manner, but we will not tolerate materials we consider to be in any way counter to the spirit of DnD. Additionally, you waive any right to sue over our decision on these issues. We're aware that if we somehow stretch our decision that of what is or is not objectionable under these clauses too far, we will receive community pushback and bad PR. Well, they don't seem to really care about that too much. And we're like, that's clearly not something that's really influenced bad PR. And we're more than open to being convinced that we made a wrong decision. But nobody gets to use a threat of a lawsuit as part of an attempt to convince us.
So you don't need to sue them because community pushback and bad PR will do the trick.
Bad PR, community pushback, whatever. I mean, there is no way. Here's another one of those full stops. I mean, there's just full stop. There's no way that anyone would ever do this. I would never do this. Like I can't think of any reason why someone would agree to this.
Well, but okay. But look, the first part, I'm going to just say right out, I don't have a problem with, because the reality is there's some people who would make some pretty terrible things and then slap an open OGL DnD logo on it. And they're going to be sitting there with this stuff representing their brand. And you can't let that happen. I mean, besides the fact that it's just wrong to support that sort of thing, the reality is that you can't let them, you can't do that with your brand. So what is weird is how they make up for it. Like, I mean, it seems like you should. Well, someone said, yes, you can. And of course you can, but it would be a bad idea, right? I mean, the reality is that it's kind of like Disney. They've got an image to uphold and they need to do it. The problem is that they don't get the lawsuit, right? Saying that, but you can't sue us about it. We just make a decision on what's what. So, and if we can, Alan, I agree with Alan. You can't waive your right, but you could certainly say we will revoke your license if you create something racist, right? And I think that's not a bad thing.
Yes, I do remember the book of erotic fantasy.
I've got it downstairs. I'm just saying it's yes.
And I know the book of Vile Darkness. The Vile
Darkness.
Book of Vile Darkness is sitting on my, and that's an officially released book, right? Yeah. So,
but I don't think it falls into the categories they listed, right? I mean, that's violent and disgusting, but it's not. It doesn't fall into the racist, sexist, homophobic area, right?
No, well. But this right here, okay. So the issue here is not these words. The issue is always who is adjudicating.
That's
the issue is who is adjudicating.
That I'm going to defend the reason why they might revoke your license, but I'm not going to defend how they go about dealing with the problem.
Yeah, and so that's right. So if we say these words, this is no problem right here. We all agree with that. The problem is adjudication. Who's going to be adjudicating? Of course, wizards. But I'm not talking about just wizards here because it's their license. I'm talking about who are the individual people within wizards who are actually going to be making this call, because like the Book of Vile Darkness or something like that. Here's the other one right here. We will not tolerate materials we consider in any way counter to the spirit of D&D.
So vague. Yeah.
Mark, can you define the spirit of D&D for me?
Apparently not, because according to this contract, but
apparently not. And I would have thought that the spirit of D&D, like, you know, we're quickly finding out since last Friday or whenever it was, Thursday night or whatever it was, that the spirit of D&D in general is very different from what the spirit of D&D, at least we thought the spirit of D&D was and had been.
Yeah.
So, you know, that is so vague. We will not tolerate materials that are considered to be in any way counter to the spirit of D&D.
But as a non-lawyer, you know, I don't know if that's acceptable wording, right? Because for all I know, that wording is acceptable from the fact that what the spirit of D&D is may change over time. And if they identify it specifically here, it ties them in. Again, it's a matter of not being able to, asking to waive your right to fight back. Right.
And that you cannot fight back on that. And you're just expecting that, hey, if enough people on Twitter say something, then we'll change our mind. Like that's what they're saying, right? I mean, that seems absurd. So I mean, the material, like for instance, one of the worlds I'm working on, which we talk about and we work here on the stream, we haven't quite gotten to this one quite as much. One of the worlds I'm working on tells the story of the fall of Lucifer. So I'm directly dealing with demons, devils, angels, good, evil. Lucifer as a character, all of those themes. Is that counter to the spirit of D&D? I have no idea. You know, and how are you? So
who knows?
You know,
yeah, who knows?
I wouldn't. So I would go. I wouldn't not. Yeah, I wouldn't even try. I'm sure I've seen on people this morality clause is something like this. X7X7. Hey, 7X7. Good to see you. You must sign this in blood. Never sign a waiver of your right to sue if you can help it. Like, right. Yeah. Someone already wrote a book about changing definitions. 1984, ring a bell.
Yeah. But I think, what's this?
The spirit of D&D visits you to teach you about the true meaning of tabletops, along with the spirit of Pathfinder and the spirit of bolt action.
Nailed it.
You had another comment?
No, that's fine. Book of Mild Darkness.
Mild Darkness. Yeah, I that was on the list of things to potentially look at one day. I don't know if we will. We still might, because I was like, this is the Book of Vile Darkness, but how bad really was it? Yeah, see, exactly. So that's what I'm thinking. Also, Priestess Lucy says real world religions is touchy stuff with big corps. So what if your material, like the theophany my world will do, deals with Judeo-Christian and Islamic, let's use the word mythology at the moment. It's a fantasy world based on that. Is that, so what is somebody else going to say about that? Why even give them the opportunity to be able to weigh in? So termination. Upon termination of this agreement by Wizards of the Coast, you will cease all sales and distribution of your licensed works. Your obligation to pay royalties survives the termination of this agreement. So do the following provisions. Section 3, 7, and 9 through 11. We'll just have whatever those were. 9, indemnity. If you get into legal trouble or get us into legal trouble, here's what will happen. You will be on the if we are on the receiving end of legal claims, fees, expenses, or penalties related to your licensed works, you're responsible for paying all of our costs, including attorney's fees, costs of the court, and any judgment or settlements. No, not even close to that. If a claim is raised against you in conjunction with a licensed work, you aren't defending such a claim to our satisfaction. Wait, if a claim is raised against you in connection with a licensed work, and you aren't defending such a claim to our satisfaction, we have the right, but not the obligation, to take over the defense of that claim against you. If we do so, you will reimburse us for our costs and expenses related to that defense.
So, I mean, all of this stuff sounds awful, but at the same time, I don't know that it's really that weird, right? I mean, we're talking about if you somehow wreck their business and make them look bad, they're going to make sure that they don't lose that case, and they're going to make you pay for it. And, unfortunately, this is, I've seen this kind of text in a lot of different contracts over the years. So this part doesn't really surprise me. It's the typical, don't make us look bad if we let you use our stuff.
Not surprising to you, but very surprising to all of a sudden to see for a lot of people in tabletop RPGs.
It could be,
see, how we are all of a sudden operating here. So we made our discretion seek to intervene in a case brought against you in order to join the defense of your claims, while leaving you and your counsel in charge of your own defense. If we do so, we will defend at our own expenses and cost. As for our IP, that's ours to defend. You don't have any obligation to defend Dungeons & Dragons IP yourself, and in fact, wouldn't have standing the legal right to do so. Other products. Sometimes great minds think alike, and we can't and won't cancel products out of fear that they'd be seen as similar to licensed works. Therefore, you agree that nothing prohibits us from developing, distributing, selling, or promoting something that is substantially similar to a licensed work. You own the new and original content you create. You give us a non-exclusive, perpetual, irrevocable, worldwide, sub-licensable, royalty-free license to use that content for any purpose.
That's the big one right there.
Again, like, no, right? Yeah. I mean, if you only said that, I mean, there's so many things that if you only said that, it would be a no. But no one who I know who is involved in the world building, like you and me and Lou and all of that, and that's what we're trying to do and put so much passion to, are going to sign anything like that. That's just a hard no. It's never happening.
Yeah.
For clarity, nothing contained in this section impacts your agreement. There's nothing more to say about that. It's just a hard no.
No,
but
I mean, it is. I mean, flat out, because the reality is at that point, for example, one of the things people brought up is that if they cancel this license, I can no longer sell it, but they can. So all of a sudden I can't sell. Not that they're going to try to do that. Myself, it'd be pretty awesome for them to do it. I think it's great, but I don't know that they think it's that good. But the bottom line is, in the end of the day, you're giving away your stuff to a massive company that can do more with it than you can and leave you completely out of the loop. And that's crazy.
Right. Joey says not only can they use it, but they can sub-license it.
Yeah, exactly. Right. They could take your stuff and give it to a different company and have them develop it while you're just sitting there going, wait, that's my thing. So, yeah.
So, for clarity, nothing contained in this section impacts your agreement that our licensed content, unlicensed content, or for anything else that you are not otherwise expressly authorized to use under the terms of this agreement, or for other agreements, remain solely our property. Disclaimer of warranties. You understand and agree that we are providing the permitted content as is, and make no representation or warranty of any kind concerning your use of the permitted content, except as expressly stated in this agreement. We disclaim all warranties, express, implied, statutory, or otherwise. You bear all risk of using the permitted content, and as such, use it solely at your own discretion and risk. Limitation of liability. We have no liability to you for any types of damages in connection with your use of the licensed content, including without limitation any indirect, consequential, special, punitive, or exemplary. Well, I don't know what that word is.
Oh. Exemplary.
Exemplary. Oh, yes, it's exemplary. Thank you. Yes.
Yep,
Damages.
No problem. You've been reading a long time, right? You're 7 pages into this thing, and 2 hours. So
so long as our conduct at issue was not grossly negligent or intentional. So comments. We're giving you a license, not agreeing to take on personal liability when we do so. To be honest, we're not really sure what we could do while making Dungeons & Dragons content available to you that could ever be grossly negligent. But our lawyers say we should need to include that last clause under Washington law. So in it goes. Miscellaneous notices. Any notices you send to us must be sent to us via email to, and I guess there's supposed to be some place to put that. We may send, so that's incoming. There's a place for a link too. We may send notices to you to any email or physical address we can locate for you, including the email address you used for your registration with DnD Beyond. I guess that would be the first step, but you are registered on that platform with. Entire agreement and disclaimer of reliance. This agreement governs your use of the licensed content, and unless otherwise stated in this agreement, any prior agreements between you and us are no longer in force. This agreement contains only the terms expressly included herein and does not any matter not expressly included herein. For purposes of clarity, the introduction preceding the agreement and the comments and explanations accessible through links within the body of this agreement are not part of this agreement and have no legal force or effect. In accepting this agreement, you represent and warrant to us that you have relied only on the terms of this agreement and the advice of your own counsel, if any. Like, I would really want to know whose counsel is telling them, oh yeah, sign this. And like who is that person? Like, so I've been talking about the differing opinion of experts, because talking about the status of the OGL 1.0 and everything, and yes or no or yay or nay and all these different things, and that IP attorneys are over there. But I would still like to say I can't think of any reason why you would sign this, and maybe that's one where experts would agree on. Like, well, should I use that? No, you should not. Maybe I'd really like to know the situation where you would. You have not relied on anything that's not expressly part of this agreement. Updates are good.
I just want to say C really quick is interesting because it seems like they're setting the stage to be able to change this in the future without running into the problems they're running into currently, where people suggest that the old licenses are still in effect. They're making it very clear that anytime we update this, the old license ceases to function.
I agree. Yes. Updates and or amendments by Wizards of the Coast. It may be necessary for us to update and or amend this agreement in the future, and we reserve the right to do so, which the other one did not explicitly say. So I'm sure they're running into some problems, and so they're trying to not make sure that those problems do not show up. That is exactly it. If we do so, because you do notice that revocability is talked about in here. What is revocable and what is not, which was not the other one, which is one of the issues. If we do, we'll provide notices of these updates. You have the right to either proceed under the terms of the updated amended agreement or follow the provisions of Section 8 for termination. And if that had been in 1.0a, we wouldn't be having the discussion.
Yeah.
But it also wouldn't have launched everything that it launched. So, because people would have never done this. No waiver of rights. If we fail to exercise any right we have under this agreement, that failure will not prevent us from exercising that right in the future. Assignment. The rights granted to you under this agreement are granted solely to you and may not transfer those rights to any other person, entity, unless we give you written permission to do so. We, in our sole discretion, we determine whether or not to allow you to transfer the rights we granted to you. Severability. Probably standard here.
It sounds like it means that you can't sell your product to another company or sell your company without permission from them, because you're registering with them on D&D Beyond, right? And then after you're registering with them on D&D Beyond, now you have to get their permission to sell to someone else or to transfer your product to someone else. So let's say Fantasy Flight Games comes to you and says, we want to buy your world, your game and the rules, you'd have to get permission. Now, not that Fantasy Flight Games will want anything with this license attached, but
Well, I'm glad you pointed that out, because you license, you may not transfer those rights. The rights are granted to you. You cannot transfer them.
So we give you a right to use the SRD, and you can't give that right to someone else to use the thing that you created. That's how I read it. But then again, I'm not a contract lawyer, so.
Yeah. Wow. Yikes. Severability. In the event that any part of this agreement is held to be unenforceable or invalid for any reason, the balance of this agreement will be enforced if that part which is unenforceable or invalid does not exist. So, severability clause. Governing law, jurisdiction, class action waiver. An agreement and all matters. This agreement and all matters relating to its interpretation and enforcement will be governed by the laws of the state of Washington, and any dispute arising out of or relating to this agreement will be resolved solely and exclusively through individual litigation, and each party hereto irrevocably waives the rights to participate in any class, collective, or other joint action with respect to such a dispute. You consent to exclusive jurisdiction and venue at the federal and state courts located in King County, Washington, for the resolution of any dispute arising out of or relating to this agreement.
So, I mean, that makes it impossible for most small companies to ever do anything about it, right? I mean, because they're saying that you couldn't get together in a class action lawsuit and push back.
Yeah, it's not necessarily that, okay, you got to do this in Washington. That's kind of standard for this kind of stuff. That's standard, but that you cannot get together.
Yeah. And again, all of this just to say, I don't think that they're doing anything wrong. They're just doing stuff that's kind of crappy. I mean, they're protecting their IP. They're taking care of their shareholders. They're doing exactly what their business is built to do. It just sucks.
And they're saying you can even use it. And here are the terms. Right? You can use it. Here are the terms. Waiver of a jury trial. We and you each waive any right to a jury trial of any dispute, claim, or cause. Review by counsel. You agree that you have reviewed this agreement carefully and have had ample opportunity to obtain advice to the meaning of the terms and agreements contained herein, and such advisors, including attorneys, as you deemed appropriate or necessary. Standard there, but like I said, who's going to say yes? So, and everything we just read, that's if you would like to do this on a non-commercial basis. Right? That was your OSL or your OS, whatever, the OGL non-commercial.
Yeah.
We're about to get into commercial. I've got to take a restroom break.
Yeah, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to drop off because I have to prepare for my stream this evening. So
yeah. So where are you streaming? Because you're right, you're streaming the development of the game, so let everybody know where to find that.
Yeah, I sent you a link on Facebook. I don't know if you can get that and grab it and push it in, or if you want me to drop it into the comments.
Is that a Facebook? Was that to the Facebook group?
Well, yeah, it's actually put it into a message. If you go to coolname-rpg.com, you'll find it. That's our main site. We're going to be streaming on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube, if all goes well, technically tonight simultaneously. And so that's the effort to create a brand new system that serves as a viable replacement, not a reskinning for the 5th edition and the OGL SRD, so that folks out there can use this thing for free forever. And we will put it out forever and keep it up there so that, people can absolutely use it without fear going forward. And I actually just got my first confirmation about one of our contributing designers, because we're working with pros in the industry to do it. And I can't announce anything yet, but more will be coming on that soon, because we're hoping to bring a bunch of folks on board to help make this an amazing system that isn't perfect for everyone, but at least will work to solve the problem that the new OGL creates. So
I'm very interested in that.
Yeah,
and I'll probably be watching some of the streams if I can catch on. So I put that link in here. I know I'll be watching at least some of them. We're also making an RPG on Tuesdays here on this channel.
Yeah,
called Faded Edge. So there's a lot of that going around. So I'm very interested in what you're doing, Mark. They'll probably get out much faster than I will.
Mark, well, that's great, and hopefully you'll be done by 8 p.m. when I start my show. Getting through the next few pages. So thanks for having me on, Heath. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mark.
Great. Thanks.
Mark is an ally in all of this. Everybody follow him.
Take care.
I'll take you down. All right, so I tell you, I am going to take a quick break. I'm not going anywhere because I want to finish this. I think a lot of this will probably be the same as what is written on non-commercial, but there is differences in commercial versus non-commercial. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break so I can get something else to drink and run to the restroom. When I come back, I'm going to go through some chat stuff because I know there's a lot of people who are chatting things, and I don't typically. I like to be able to go through people's chats, but there's been just so much going on. So what I'll do is I will come back in just a few minutes, just like 2 or 3 minutes, won't be going long. I will go through some chat so we can talk about what the issues you guys are bringing up. And then we will go on to the commercial license. So let me go over here and I will be, let's see, where's my, be right back. All right, yep. All right, so I'll be right back. Well, thank you for still being here, and thank you for sticking with me. I think that was great. I am so glad that both Lou and Mark were able to join us. They're great. There are so many great people who are working on tabletop publishing and world building and all of that, and all of the great things that we're doing on this channel. Of course, we've been very tabletop RPG heavy. But you know, I like war games, I like skirmish games, I like all kinds of things. We'll be talking about them all. But in the tabletop gaming space, of course, this is just dominating. Of course, they've got great work out there. How are we feeling? Let's talk about how we're feeling for just a moment. Let's talk about our feelings. Because I was sitting here thinking as I was getting up and I was walking around and kind of clearing my head for a moment, thinking about, well, just I feel differently having looked at this than I felt when making the previous videos. Like when we were looking at, okay, this leak is coming out, what's going on? Looking at this information, makes me feel differently. And because in some way it's so cut and dry. If this is going to be if this is the way that it is, then the answer is just a hard no. And everybody like me and I'm sure Brian and probably David and Lou and Mark, we all just walk away. We all just go do something else. The whether or not that we have revocability or can deauthorize things or whatever else all that is, that's something that probably lawyers will decide, and then they will tell us. But so there's anything I can do about that. So I'm going to go through chat because I do want to. If you're here and you've got things that you want to bring up or you think there's insights, I'm going to go through chat for just a little while here. I'm going to scroll up to some arbitrary distance, and then just try to see here. Well, let's see right here. Yeah, we got 100. We lost some viewers on the break, but 100 viewers and 130. We have 130 likes. Oh my God, where's my notes here? So the most concurrent viewers that we ever had, I saw 150 go by. So 150 concurrent viewers. And we've got 100. How many likes have we got? We got 130 likes. Thank you all. Thank you all. That is freaking amazing. Subscribed. Wonderful. Please do subscribe. That would be great. I'm so glad you're all here. Thank you so much. You guys give me energy while I'm doing this. You guys give me a lot of energy. So Severin says the creator of the OGL expressly stated that it was never meant to be revocable with email chains and even Wizards FAQ documents. Yes. So we looked at that on, there's also a video called what was Wizards original intent that I did. So they're going to go back and forth on that all the time. But that's how I feel. And that's why I'm saying that the assumptions we were operating on, the idea that the assumption that the OGL was something that could all of a sudden go away was never an assumption that I was operating. Mark surprised me that Mark said that it was not something he was operating on, but it certainly was that I was, and it was certainly something that I think the assumptions that 99.9% of the tabletop gaming community were working under, right? So because of Wizard statements, right? Yeah, I mean, there was no way that when all of this got off the ground, that people were thinking that this could happen. That was not the mind frame we were in. That was not the mind frame we were in there. It's not the frame of mind that we were in 3 months ago. So they can have the right to do something, but you have no right. Yep. Joey B says, this license is so different from the original that it's not really an update, right? It's a different license. The whole thing seems to be an unconscionable contract, which could be unenforceable. Well, there's another angle to take. I mean, that's a good point. Another avenue to think about. All of a sudden, all these different things come out. Captain Joystick says, you have the right to put their Wizard's mark on your book, whatever the value you think that gives you. And of course, they think that's a lot, right? And of course, as Lou was talking about, market capture is a big one. And that's why just market, the size of the market. And that's why I know a lot of creators say, well, I'd like to develop for other systems, but D&D itself is such a huge market that I've got to. So, yeah, and I didn't follow 4th edition. I wasn't gaming at the time. Yeah, McDougal, don't sign. Joey B says, review by counsel would likely not allow you to claim ambiguities against the contract writer. Bromos, Sunstar Ranger says, Heath's Geekverse, your dice videos hopefully will get more views in the next couple of days and months as people ponder new ideas for RPG rules. Oh, well, maybe so. I did, there is a playlist on here. I did a bunch of different analysis of different dice combinations for use in tabletop RPGs. When I was analyzing that to develop what's becoming Fated Edge here on this channel. And I changed my mind on what I thought was working with and without dice. So yeah, hopefully those will be very useful to a bunch of new tabletop gaming creators as we go. That would be great. 134 likes. Big Dickle says, bring me back a Pepsi, please. I wish I could. If I had one, I would definitely do this. So Grimhild says, this whole thing is even worse than I had imagined. And I had already imagined that it was all for creators. Yeah, that's why I have the different feeling after having been through that. Because it's like, well, this is just so terrible that it's just a no. It's just a no. So we got to go and do our own thing. And that's why, I was talking about the philosophy of kind of underground geekdom. So this is now, which is, like I said, it's so weird. I said this elsewhere. But I never would have thought that I would have lived to see the day when Dungeons and Dragons is, well, first of all, so mainstream. But second of all, that it's just part of corporate geekdom. That now we're dealing with corporate geekdom, and this is what happens when there's mainstream and there's more money to be made. So we got to work with the underground geek angle. There are so many illegal statements in that document, I lost count, Open D&D says. Open D&D says, I called about 20 class action attorneys today and all were nice and interested. I'd love to know how that develops. We will be standing by on that, Open D&D. Subscribe to Open D&D's channel. Check out Open D&D. I was looking at some of your videos today, but I didn't have time to dive in. I barely got time to do anything today before we started this live stream again. So Alan Animus says, the thing that makes me the most mad, I think, is that this targets lit RPG. I'm not sure what that is. I'm sorry. Grimhild says, my players and I are talking about that once our campaign is finished and they get to know the behind the scenes secrets that we write up, tweak and publish our campaign. Not now. Well, you can still do it for something other than D&D, right? Open D&D says, all my guild stuff is 51 cents each, stock up. Oh, so check that out. Open D&D's stuff. If you want to see what Open D&D has created, everything is 51 cents. Stock up. Open D&D says this stream is so far is one of the best done on this topic. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm still very new to the live streaming side of things. I only started live streaming. I experimented with some live streaming over the summer, but really I've only been doing this, especially solo, for about 2 months. And so I really appreciated everyone's kind comments about the stream we did about the leak on Friday and how useful that was, which is why I went ahead and cropped that, or I clipped it and I put out a bunch of clips on the channel. I know there were a lot of clips that came on the channel, but maybe those were useful too to people. And so I really appreciate everybody's support and being here. It's incredible. I had no idea that this was going to happen when I decided 2 months ago. I woke up, I started one night. I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning and I'm going to talk about RPGs on live on YouTube. Everybody get your drink. Everybody get your drink. I have changed over to a beer. I've got a beer here. Alan says, I'm wondering if half a dozen novel series are going to be finished. I hate that. I thought Mark's comments on the novels were also interesting. I wouldn't have ever tried to use an OGL anything to write a novel. I never even would have tried that. It wouldn't even have occurred to me to try that. Evil Table says, I think this is probably the biggest RPG change since the release of 5e, and it's really exciting to see what will happen and could eventually be good for the community. I'm holding out. I'm holding out for that. Like I said, I'm huge on 2023. We're gonna have an epic year. So whatever happens, we're gonna have fun. We're gonna have a great time. Joey says, yes, it's one of the best I've seen. Thank you. Grimhild says, I feel yucky, disappointment, frustration, anger, and despair. SLP Corner says, feelings. Having been screwed over by several corps in my life, I feel normal. Well, that's not a bad way to look at it. Yes, that's the corporate geekdom side of things, right? Severian says, I honestly can't fathom how Wizards of the Coast and their lawyers think they can force people into this poison pill of a license. They have the right for a new one, but not the ability to remove the 1.0A. McDougall, it says, it's a disgusting contract that's not worth signing away your life's work. Oh, 139. Let me write that down. 139. Eggplant. Welcome, Eggplant. Eggplant 96. It's so nice to see regulars and then also new people. So fantastic. Eggplant 96 says, I'm late. What's the lowdown on what's going on? If you guys give you a recap. There's been a lot going on. Alan Animus says, Tell Wong's Apocalypse in the North's So our novels are OGL. See, I did not know that. This is new information. This is another reason that I love these live streams, is because other people have, everybody in the chat has information to add to this, and that makes the whole thing better, because I did not know that at all. Apocalypse in the Norths and Alaron Kong Chaos Seed novels are OGL. I'm going to make a note of that just to check that out, because I'm not familiar with that at all. Chaos Seed and Apocalypse in the North, so I can just see what that is like. I hope OSE survives. Old School Essentials. I've forgotten in the live stream what people were referring to when they're talking about OSE. Yeah, by Necrotic Gnome, right? Let me scroll down here. So Joey B says, if Dancer, I believe it's Dancy, if Dancy had the right, because we were talking about with Mark that the creative people may have had one idea, but then we also have a distinction with the management side of things. But then Mark also brought the idea of the legal side into this. And so even though, like, what group of people are saying that? But it seems like Dancy has a lot of authority here. I'm very interested to know what he says with Roll for Combat on Friday, on Wednesday. They said he's interviewing Dancy on Wednesdays. So I want to read that. If he had the right to sign for the company when he did the FAQ, it's game over. He obligated the company to honoring his written promise. It's just a bad deal. So, I'm hoping that that's the case, and that everybody who doesn't have to take down their books, that we still get to publish our books under everybody who's got public books out there under the 1.0 for 5th edition, and everybody gets to keep those out there, and we keep going. But still, I think a lot of people are going to migrate for new stuff. Michael Robertson says, I've been working on a film script, and now I'm going to have to go back and DSRD it. Interesting. I've been working on a film script too. Shinpai Koga says, well, I have to agree. My OGL anxiety has just turned into a certainty to jump ship. I do much appreciate Dancy and previous OGL creators' thoughtfulness in their creation in retrospect. Absolutely. I agree with that. Yeah, things have been in such chaos for 72 hours, but it's just like, okay, just turn around and leave. Oh, we got a 149. Thank you. 149. Dazlinkit says, no matter what WotC comes out saying, they have just spawned a rise in interest in other systems. Absolutely. That's part of the damage that's been done over the past 72 hours. And by the time things settle down, we probably will have spawned bigger competition. The EU. Yeah, the EU. We need to talk. I have no idea about the EU. Synth Weasel JW says, one good thing from this OGL fiasco, maybe people will not curse people for mentioning tabletop RPGs other than D&D anymore. Yeah, so suddenly everybody wants that. I have no idea about Tabletop Foundry. I've got to check that out. I didn't really, I knew of them, but I wasn't really aware of them. I've been checking them out. People have been asking. I don't think so. Lit RPG is awesome. It's what happens if you have character sheets, abilities, and spells in the real world. Desist Dawdling says, your open and honest take on the subject is wonderful to watch and listen to. Thank you. Thank you so much. Plus discussing with your community live. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Priestess Lucy says, that series about dice mechanics is what brought me to this channel. Oh, I'm glad. I think a lot of people might have found that this channel based on dice mechanics. I have a problem as far as YouTube goes, because I have been making YouTube videos for a long time, but I have a problem with YouTube videos, YouTube channels. I have a problem as far as YouTube goes, as far as a channel goes, in that I have a variety of different interests. And it seemed like, especially in the past, YouTube sort of didn't really want you to put multiple things on a single channel. And I like tabletop games. I like all different kinds of tabletop games. I also run, Dinner and a Board Game, that show. Check out Dinner and a Board Game. I've got The Cultists. That's my comedy web show about modern day Lovecraftian cultists who just want to worship Cthulhu in a world full of people who don't understand. So I also do my own web shows, and that's here on the channel. So check out The Cultists. I would really appreciate if people check out The Cultists. If you haven't seen The Cultists, I play Steve, a cultist of Nyarlathotep in season 2. But I think we're moving over that hurdle as far as the channels and the algorithm goes. I got multiple things I'm interested in. The commonality is that it's all what I do. So it's me behind it all. So maybe we'll see. Robert McDara says, I'm looking at Columbia Games for their RPG Harn Master or Harn World. I did a review, or like not really a review, but an initial investigation and impressions of Harn Master, because I'd wanted to get into that one too. I've got Harn Master on the shelf behind me. In fact, let's give it a shout out. I put a plug. I put this in a binder. So Harn Master, I wanted to get this for a long time because of this. Just over here, yeah, this really cool looking, authentic, realistic knight. And so if you want to look at Harn Master, yeah, do check out Harn Master. I've got a video on it on the channel if you want to see what Harn Master is all about. Grimhild, how do we find your stuff on DM's Guild? Put that in Discord. There's a self shout-out area of Discord, or you can put it in the D&D, but also put it in the self shout-out. It might be easier for people to find. I'll put the link to the Ravenkeep Discord server if you're here. We're about to start reading again. I need a bit of a break. Michael Robertson says, I'm wondering if they didn't release 1.1 OGL on the 4th. Oh, say I'm wondering if they didn't release 1.1 OGL on the 4th is because they are already being sued over this. Maybe somebody had asked, which is another possibility. Like, why do we have the silence for wizards? I don't really see I mean, we can speculate, but I don't really see the point. But people have said there are different possibilities, and I have no idea what the case is. The case could be, but somebody also brought up the point that if there is legal action that's being surrounding all of this, then that could be a reason that they're not talking. So it could be because they don't care. It could be because I lost my train of thought. It could be because they don't care. It could be because they know they've done something wrong and now they're trying to figure out what the solution is. And then it also could be because there's some kind of legal action involved. So OpenD&D says medical data, people using American Sign Language ASL participated study in which they generated action pantomimes or ASL verbs in response to pictures of tools and objects. Interesting. So we're still figuring out the pantomime area of that. 152. Farrock says, should we nuke our homebrew stuff on D&D Beyond in case we will not be able to use it in future for legal reasons? Maybe. I've seen people say that they were taking that down. But on the other hand, I saw somebody else in my comments on one of the YouTube videos saying that it's actually impossible to delete stuff on D&D Beyond, that you can remove it from your collection, but you can't actually delete it. And that would make sense if they have some type of right over it, that they wouldn't actually allow you to delete it once it's uploaded. I have no idea if that's true, though. I have no idea if that's true. I'm just saying that that's what I've heard. So many comments. I'm going to scroll down here, and then I'm going to pull this back up. T. Smith says, I had stopped playing and writing due to family and job constraints. I have to admit, I've been struggling with 5e. I'm not necessarily knocking 5e. I'm just saying that it's been a challenge. So Joshua says, what if Hasbro's Wizards of the Coast goal is the poison pill? Only people who want to do fanfic accept the psycho contract while everyone else bails to different systems. Leaves Wizards of the Coast and D&D with effective monopoly. I mean, could be. Like I said, I mean, I don't see people agreeing to it. Like, I want to know who would actually agree to that. So it might be, it's like, if you can't completely revoke it and get rid of it, then your other option would be to make a license that nobody would actually adhere to. So it'd be the same as, if you have nobody using the licenses, might as well not exist. Maybe. Michael Robertson says, just sent D&D Beyond a request to delete my account. We'll see what happens. See what happens there. I'd be interested to know. So Don says, if it's on D&D Beyond, it belongs to Wizards already. Daniel says, I don't like that the unauthorization of OGL 1.0 is planned to be retroactive because it's not fair. It shouldn't be legal to deauthorize a work published under OGL 1.0 licensed years ago. Yeah, I mean, I think so too. Like, the people already have all these books printed and stuff like that. Those came out under that license. All right. I don't know if this is, I think we might have come up with everything we already need to know, but there is stuff about, this is the commercial side of things. So we will just see here. OG 1.1 commercial. Any commercial use of licensed content defined below is subject to this agreement. By making commercial use of licensed content, you agree to the terms of this agreement. This agreement contains your consent to jurisdiction in Washington State for any disputes that between you and us. I'm expecting there to be a lot of stuff that maybe we can skip over that's the same because this is commercial versus non-commercial. Although you might think that some of them might combine it, but who knows? They have been combined, but who knows? And your agreement that any such disputes will be resolved in individual litigation heard by a judge rather than a jury. If a dispute occurs, we hope you agree with us that it's best all around if it's handled quickly, efficiently, and with the least expense possible. So they say. Content covered and not. Dungeons & Dragons involves several different categories of content created by the creator, you, and by Wizards of the Coast and its parents, affiliates, suppliers, and distributors. Us versus we, or us or we. Here are the different kinds of content and how they relate to this license. Content covered. So we've already said licensed content. That looks to be the same. And that's what we would think of as in SRD 5.1, which is the current version Mark pointed out. Not usable D&D content. Dungeons & Dragons content that has been or later will be produced as official. All of our monsters' product identity. We saw that one. So that's the same kind of thing. Your content. There are characters, classes that you create. Same, looks like same paragraph here. Works covered. This license only applies to materials you create for use in or as role-playing games and as game supplements, and only in printed material and static elect files such as EPUBs and PDFs. Same kind of thing. No other media. Comments. Oh, but so we're probably going to end up with the virtual tabletop stuff as well here again. But I also thought that Lou's insight there was really good. That because I was thinking, does that influence Lou? Like he's making a virtual tabletop package. He's making it out of his art, but it's not him that's concerned with. It's about who's running that virtual tabletop in order to consolidate power, the power to do the character sheets and things like that just on certain platforms. So to be clear, so right here. So this is the same thing right here. You cannot create apps, novels, pantomimes. We got pantomimes again here, and VTT campaigns. But we think, according to Lou's thinking on that, was that was directed more toward the software developers than to somebody who's just making graphic tokens, because that seems like to have nothing at all to do with this. Licensed work covered in Section 1B contains both licensed content and your content, but not unlicensed content. It does not contain unlicensed content and displays the following creator badge in the manner specified in the creator content badge style guide, which I don't think we have access to. Drop in picture. License. If and only if you fully comply with the terms and conditions of this agreement, you may copy, use, modify, and distribute licensed content around the world as part of licensed worlds on a commercial basis. As last time we'd gone through all of what it means to be non-commercial. Ownership. You agree that we own copyright, trademark, and patent rights, if any, in the licensed content and the unlicensed content. We reserve the rights to not expressly given to you in this agreement. You agree to include any copyright notices. Okay, that's the same. Identification of licensed content. Here is another. Okay, so this is the same thing here, which we said is also not something that is really possible to do and would cause all these things, all these new all these old books to have to be relaid out and everything like that. And just what a mess because of the identification of licensed content. This was one of the many sticking points. If you're new here, if you've just come onto the stream, identification of licensed content. You must identify in your licensed work what content is licensed content and what content is your content in a way that allows a reader of your licensed work to understand the distinction without checking any other document. Comments. You can identify content in any manner you want to, whether it's using a different color font for licensed content for your content or putting an asterisk or using basically academic citations or a separate index. But you've got to clearly and somehow in the layout of your work distinguish what is from the SRD and what is not. Leveling up under this agreement. Okay, so leveling up. What does that mean? Leveling up. Well, that's something we like to do in D&D, right? We like to level up. Is that good here? So this is a difference here. So we've seen a lot of similar stuff between commercial and non-commercial, but we're about to get into some differences here. Let me sip and see what's going on in the server. in the chat here. Trey, hey Trey. Trey says the only way I can see them using it as a poison pill is if they made a deal with Critical Role. CR, I don't think they can afford to lose Critical Role. Daz Linkett says it's only a monopoly if the players stay in D&D. How long can one D&D provide enough content to keep players there before players run out of options? Well, that might be a long time. That might be a long time. Alan says, I cannot find the Cool Name Goes Here YouTube channel. Can anyone find it? He might still be setting that up because he has been streaming on YouTube. CoolNameGoesHere.com. No, Cool Name RPG. CoolNameRPG.com is where he was sending us. So he might still be setting that up because I don't think he's used to streaming. Like even Cool Name RP. So CoolNameRPG.com has a Facebook link on it, a Twitter link, a Twitch link. So it doesn't look like YouTube is set up yet. But he told me, and I think he told us on stream that he's going to be streaming on YouTube. So that may be one reason that he had to go because he had to set that up. So I'll just put that link so you can get to Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch. And I bet YouTube is coming soon. So Mark's RPG. Hopefully, if that goes well, hopefully he will re-release Taltus under that. Severin says they've attempted this already with 4th edition's GSL and went back to OGL with 5th. Dan says, I can't see Critical Role leaving deal with Wizards. Everyone is silent, though. As of when we were talking with Mark, we hadn't seen anything from Critical Role. If that changes, let us know. If that changes, let us know. While I'm live, we'll definitely take a look at it if that changes. Open D&D says, my link is in Discord. My content, 9 titles from 51 cents. So Open 2D20 system. So check that out. Check that out, what Open D&D is selling. Could be great stuff. Grimhild says, I can't imagine Critical Role making an official public statement about this. D&D Beyond. Oh, and by the way, thank you, Open D&D, letting people get good stuff at a discount. Thank you. Much appreciated. Grimhild says, I can't imagine Critical Role making an official public statement about this. D&D Beyond is a major sponsor, and they probably have a non-disparagement agreements with Wizards of the Coast. Well, could be that too. Could be that too. Of course, I also wonder what's going on in their camp. We have no idea what's going on inside the Wizards of the Coast camp. What are like? Do they care what's going on? But it would also be interesting to look inside what's actually going on with the Critical Role people and what they are thinking. Anterex, welcome, Anterex. It's funny how many pages need to be printed on each new book to include this OGL. Can we demand them for Amazonian damage? Yeah. Sometimes when you're binding books, you've got a certain page count. Being able to, I was actually serious when I was talking about your losing page count. You're losing page count by putting this in. If you're trying to do like a 32-page book, there's lots of different books over here that are 32 pages. If you're trying to put out a 32-page supplement, you got to put this in here. That's no joke. So Open D&D says, so get this. If they revoke OGL, don't they, Wizards of the Coast, lose the IP on all the canceled publications? I'm not sure. If 2D20 ever puts out a universal system, I will buy it the day it comes out. We looked at 2D20. If you don't know the 2D20, I was not familiar with it, but it's done by Modifius, and we looked at the Conan RPG on the Morning Grind. So we have a Morning Grind episode where we're looking at the Conan RPG, which uses the 2D20 system, and we were looking at how to use it. So it was very interesting. It also uses a momentum mechanic. T.S. Smith says, I'm opposed to OGL 1.1. It will be a contribution killer. It will be a community killer. Community group play is the heart of RPGs. McDougall says they can't own the phrase level up because 90% of gaming companies use it, like Nintendo and Final Fantasy and Pokemon. Yeah, we've been leveling up for a long time, right? Joshua says, I think there's some lack of awareness of how many people will stick with D&D because it's easier to find. Something if everybody, especially if everyone that's already been done, especially if everything that's already been done is suddenly voided. All right, some lack of awareness of how many people will stick with D&D because it's easier to find. You know, yeah, see, Mark, if I take your point here correctly, Joshua, if I'm interpreting your comment correctly, you know, most of us here in the community, you know, we'll go and do other things, but we know other things because, like I said, on the morning grind, I've been looking at a different RPG every day for 2 months. So we know different things, and so we may not be as brand loyal to D&D, even though we love D&D. We might not be brand loyal, but that, as Lou was saying, well, hey, they're going to have this movie coming by, and they're expecting people to just look at it, just see the D&D brand name. So they apparently, and they could be right. They could be right. I don't know. They apparently do believe that there's a lot of brand loyalty to D&D, that name D&D has a lot of impact. And so I could be in my bubble. It's very possible. I'm in my bubble when I'm saying things like, well, I would have more loyalty to something like a world than D&D itself. But they are probably right. Lou and Mark are probably right on that. That in general awareness, role-playing and Dungeons & Dragons are the same thing. Cyrano says, I hope Paizo will make a Pathfinder 3E that does not include any WotC content so they can then separate itself from the OGL. They're probably thinking about that. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet? That they are definitely thinking about that. Cypop says, link to sign up to be notified when the Kickstarter goes live. You're talking about Mark's Kickstarter? I've got to find that. Is that not on? Oh, no. I found it because it's on that page. But here, link to the cool name goes here. This Kickstarter page is not live. You just hit the notification. Goes here, notification page. Trey G says, I wonder if Pantomime would allow them to go after theme parks like Nevermore. I have no idea. Desist Darling says, they could be talking with lawyers and have to stay quiet. I'm not judging until I hear from their mouths. There's too much at risk here. Yeah, it could be. It could absolutely be. I think you're talking about WotC or anybody, anyway, or Critical Role. Yeah, talking about Critical Role specifically there. Well, you know, I'd like to think that, but Priestess Lucy, you know, they themselves can generate a whole bunch. That, you know, if they're moving all this, I mean, they do a lot of in-house production anyway, and they may be gearing to ramp up in-house production. If Critical Role sticks with D&D, they'll be fine without the rest of the content creators. But if they bail as well, WotC, go screw yourself. GG. Good God. Okay, let's go back over to the OGL. I'm not going to be able to get to every comment today. I'm sorry. There's too much, which is fantastic. So leveling up. We're talking about leveling up here. Leveling up under this agreement. This agreement covers all commercial uses, whether they're profitable or not. Note that if you appear to have achieved great success, that is consistently meeting or exceeding the expert tier qualification below from producing OGL commercial content, we may reach out to you for a more custom and mutually beneficial license agreement. First of all, this is important. You do not have to be profitable. You can be losing money and still be subject to this license. That's important. This does not have to do with profitability. Note that if you appear to have achieved great success, that is consistently meeting or exceeding the expert tier qualification, someone may reach out to you for a custom and mutually beneficial licensing agreement. They may do that. They may do that. A, initiate tier. If you have registered at least one licensed work, but haven't generated $50,000 or more in total, and always remember total is gross revenue from the OGL commercial products in a given year, you are at the initiate tier. Registration invokes this up to $50,000. Intermediate tier. If your licensed works have generated more than $50,000 in total revenue in a given year, but less than $750,000, you are at the intermediate tier. Expert tier. If your licensed works have generated at least $750,000 in total revenue for a given year, you are at the expert tier. So we get breaks here. 50,000, 750,000, and then 750,000 and above. Comments. Why the tiers? For one thing, it's Dungeons and Dragons. And even our lawyers play. It's possible that we're not actually sure how to design something without some form of leveling up. Okay, so that's a lighthearted joke there. But also, we're trying to minimize the burden on our creators as much as possible. So they say, as you'll see below, if you're in the initiate tier, all we need from you is some basic information about what you're creating and offering for sale. Once you work all the way to the intermediate tier, we'll ask you to provide annual financial reporting so that we can see whether royalties are due. Reaching the expert tier means you will pay U.S. royalties on your revenue over $750,000. If you're doing incredibly well, you might level up into a custom license. I just also don't want the burden of the annual financial reporting to wizards. My annual financial reporting through taxes is plenty. Registration and reporting. Registration. No matter what tier you are in or how much money you believe your product will make, you must register with us any new licensed work you intend to offer for sale by going to insert detail. So that's like probably that part of D&D Beyond. Filling out the form there and including a description of the licensed work. We'll also ask you for your contact information on where you intend to publish the licensed work, its price, among other things. But there's a lot. Fill out the form, whatever the form is. Okay, so that's additional overhead, a description of the licensed work, contact information on where you intend to publish the licensed work. That could be in a lot of places, and it's more especially if you're talking about digitally and online. Its price that could vary. That could vary by platform. It could vary between this month and next month, or this week and next week. Reporting. As soon as you make, so what do you actually have to put in? Like not price, but maybe SRP or something like that. I mean, that would make more sense. Reporting. As soon as you make 50,000 gross revenue for a particular year on products covered by the OGL commercial, and it is used in this agreement, revenue. Oh, and as it is used in this agreement, revenue means any income you make from selling a work licensed under this agreement, or from crowdfunding those works, or from any other income source, and reach the intermediate tier, you will need to method for reporting income. Insert that here. In addition, you will need to provide us with your year-end numbers, again, by some type of method to be coming, by February 15th of the next year. Royalties. If and only if you are generating a significant amount of money, over $750,000 per year across the licensed work from your licensed works, the revenue you make from your licensed works. Now, it is just the revenue you make from your licensed works, so your business may be making more than that with other things. In excess of $750,000 in a single calendar year is considered qualifying revenue, and you are responsible for paying us 20% or 25% of that qualifying revenue, as explained in Section 9B2. So $750,000, and now you are into the royalties category. A large percentage of royalties. Delayed collection. Although this agreement is effective January 13th, 2023, and that's really interesting that is not one of those placeholders. Because we've got these placeholders up here where it's talking about insert the method or the method for reporting income. That's not a placeholder. That was written specifically in here. No royalties will be due on any income earned before 1 January 2024, no matter how much that income is. So I suppose that that does help out Kickstarter creators and things like that might be ongoing. That there might be other reasons to panic. But not that. We want to give our community a lot of lead time and plan for this, for clarity. But still, this being effective, that's no lead time. For clarity, all requirements of this agreement are in effect from the time you enter into the agreement. Let's go over here, see what's going on here. Perrin IT. Hello. The issue with them banking on new players after the movie launch is that all of these new players are going to approach their friends who already play, who've moved on from D&D because of 1.1. Priestess Lucy says, Paizo doesn't even need to rush Pathfinder 3. Exercising the OGL from Pathfinder 1 should be less than 200 man-hours. Oh, from Pathfinder version 2. Yeah, we started to look at Pathfinder version 2 on the morning grind. Paizo does some really nice box sets. I really like their starter set. If you are thinking about Pathfinder 2nd edition, I'll give a plug for it. You can see our unboxing of this on the morning grind. But this box right here, I had not gotten it until relatively recently. But this box, this is the 2nd edition starter box. I found it to be a really nice box. I think that Paizo is doing a much better job at preparing starter boxes and things like that than Wizards has done for D&D. This was a really nice box. So if you haven't or thinking about Pathfinder 2nd edition, think about getting the starter box. And you might even think about watching the morning grind first to see what's in it if you kind of like it. And see if you might like it. I went through one of the solo adventures on that video as well, on that live stream. It's on YouTube. Open D&D says, because of the no sue clauses, the goal is to launch a class action before signers have signed. Open D&D was talking about talking to class action lawyers. How fast does it have to go? Potentially fast. I know. But this is the most comments I've gotten. Priestess Lucy says, Heath used to answer them all, LOL. It was cool to see him reaching a level of engagement where he can't keep up. That is kind of cool. I wasn't expecting to be there, especially after 2 months. Yeah, Grimhild says, this deal just keeps getting worse. It really does. But, I mean, really, I was done and saw no reason to continue, as far as thinking about publishing under it when we were still talking with Mark. So payment tiers. At the initiate and intermediate tiers, you will pay 0% royalty. At the expert tier, you will pay royalties as follows. A, your licensed work is crowdfunded or sold via any platform. So this is the Kickstarter thing. And this is what gave us some insight that sort of corroborated all of this. Because in the leak, right, that we have this idea that if your licensed work is crowdfunded or sold via any platform other than Kickstarter, you will pay a 25% royalty on qualifying revenue. If your licensed work is crowdfunded on Kickstarter, our preferred crowdfunding platform, you will only pay a 20% royalty on qualifying revenue. With no reason, as Linda pointed out in the link, no real reason given here as to why Kickstarter is our preferred crowdfunding platform. But then to kind of give additional credibility to all of that, the head of games, and I forget his name, but the head of games on Kickstarter, at Kickstarter, had posted on Twitter to say that they had negotiated this. So they had been approached and this was negotiated. And so it sort of confirmed that this is something that they had been at that level with, right? C, if you have more than one licensed work and only some of your licensed works are funded through Kickstarter, you will pay royalties on your qualifying revenue based on the proportion of your total revenue that was earned through Kickstarter. For example, if you sell 2 licensed works, one of which earned $60,000 on Kickstarter and the other of which earned $20,000 off Kickstarter, you will have $80,000 of total revenue and $50,000 of qualifying revenue, of which 75% came from Kickstarter and 25% did not. So we're doing this by proportion here. So you will pay royalties of 20% on $37,500 of your qualifying revenue and a royalty of 25% on the remaining $12,500 of qualifying revenue. How do we pay? Payment. Royalty payments for a given year are due on or before March 31 of the succeeding year. For example, if $1,000 in royalty are due in 2024, you must pay us that by March 31, 2025. Please pay us on time, they say. If you don't, we reserve the right to charge interest at either 1.5% per month or the maximum amount permitted under applicable law, whichever is lower. 3, please pay us fully. If you don't, in addition to paying the unpaid royalty and any applicable interest for a late payment, you'll be charged our actual cost of reviewing your records if you underpaid by 10% or more. If you must keep complete and accurate records sufficient to confirm your compliance with this agreement, including the calculation of amounts due for a period of 3 years after each royalty period. In other words, if you have revenue from licensed work in 2024, you must keep those records through January 1, 2028. If we ask, you will provide us with copies of your records relating to revenue earned from your licensed works, including those records you've used to calculate the amount of royalties due to us, so we can confirm the calculations of those amounts and audit your royalty payments. If any mistake were made, you agree to promptly pay us the amount that was paid plus any interest due. Okay, so comments. Well, let's go over here. Let's go here to our comments. Grimhild says, if I were a billionaire, I might try to make job offers to every key creator at WotC and D&D Beyond. What about all the online soundtracks? But do they use an online soundtrack? Does that use the OGL? I mean, it's probably not, right? And that's another big one, Joshua says. I think the biggest issue with this thing is they can change it on their own whim with only 30 days notice. T. Smith says, from what I've seen returning to D&D, the amount of materials available is huge. The vast majority of it is community created, not WotC produced. WotC is benefiting from the creator community. Oh, and Desist Dawdling says, FYI, Free League's Vaesen and Forbidden Lands are on Humble Bundle, and so is Dungeon Crawl Classics. Oh, Dungeon Crawl Classics is on Humble Bundle? I'll have to check that out. I've been meaning to check that out. I have Dungeon Crawl Classics, the book, sitting over here on the bookshelf. But it's another one that I have never gotten into. Yeah, and the best part is the 30 days notice, they are canceling the agreement, and they can sell your stuff, and you can't. Well, right, yeah, if they negotiated with KS, which that was confirmed, then it reinforces the validity of this leak. Yeah, so I would say, yeah, it reinforces validity. It adds to its credibility that this is actually something real, because we got, and that was an external validation of material that was in here. Yeah, I agree. Cyrano says, do you think someone's going to make a new license for makers of core systems to use? Hopefully they'll make one that is irrevocable to avoid this in the future. Well, okay, so on that subject, that's what Mark is doing. So Mark is working on that. I think there are a number of people who are working on that. Mark is working on that. Remind me, who is the creator of Cypher System? Because the Cypher System just went open as well. And I was reading on Twitter that he was saying, and he was involved. Is that Monty Cook? Is that Monty Cook? Is that who I was reading on Twitter? You'll have to remind me. But anyway, the creator of that system who just went open was saying that we created what we thought was the really good open license. Well, first of all, that he was involved in the creation of the original open license, the OGL, and thought that this is what we wanted. Yeah, Monty Cook is Cypher. Thank you. Yes. That we thought we created this fantastic OGL for Dungeons and Dragons and Wizards of the Coast. And then, of course, now there's this debacle, but that they created this license, this open license for Cypher, which is a system we're going to look at in the morning grind. I want to look at Cypher. That one's coming up. I don't know when, but we're going to look at that one too. If you don't know Cypher, I don't. But he was saying now people are looking at his open license with all the suspicion because of what's happened here. So there's an open license for Cypher, which now people are looking on with suspicion that may be justified or may not be justified. He's saying that, listen, we tried to make something really great here that was open for the entire community to use back then and now. Now what do we do? Now, there's also Creative Commons, right? Because we may not be able to find this directly, but it's probably out there. Actually, it probably is. But like Fate, Evil Hat, Fate license. Let me look that up. Because I was thinking about the Creative Commons license. Do we need the OGL? I don't think we do. If we're trying to create stuff that we want to be out there, Fate by Evil Hat, you can make Powered by Fate, which I may want to do for some of my worlds. The Creative Commons Attribution License, CC BY, is one of the licensing options available for Fate. See, one of the licensing options. They can do. You can license it under the OGL if you want, but you can also just use the Creative Commons BY license. And the Creative Commons license, Creative Commons BY. So it says, this is aimed at designers, writers, and publishers who'd like to build on the Creative Commons release of the Fate core system and Fate Accelerated Edition. Actually, I guess I'll, hang on. Let me just bring this up too. So you can see, so why not do it this way? Let me stop screen sharing that. Let me share screen that. So this is what's going on with the creative. They use Creative Commons. So they say it is aimed at designers, writers, and publishers who'd like to build on the Creative Core release of the Fate Core system and Fate Core Accelerated System Reference Documents. From here on in, we'll just call them the SRDs. The most important thing to understand that if you are new to Creative Commons licenses is that we've chosen the most liberal one possible. In particular, because there are different kinds of Creative Commons licenses. In particular, the license that we chose isn't viral, which means you don't have the license. You don't have to license those works under a Creative Commons license if you don't want to. There are some Creative Commons licenses that says if you publish under the Creative Commons license, then what you are publishing becomes Creative Commons as well. That's like the viral license. But this is not. It means that you can use their stuff, but you can still hold your ownership and your copyright, and you don't have to make yours Creative Commons, which is nice, right? We think it's important because there are good reasons not to use an open license. Our experience working with the Dresden files and other licensed properties tells us that. Exactly. So if you want to have just the Fate system, and then you've got like an IP like Dresden here, and you're holding that, and you want to use Fate, you can use that as part of the Creative Commons buy license, but then your product, your Dresden files book, your IP file book here, does not have to be Creative Commons license, which you would not want it to be anyway if you're talking about a licensed property. So that works. That works together. This is what you want to do. Copying. The first right you have under the Creative Commons attribution license is a straight up copy of the SRD. You can do this. Just remember to include the original copyright notice found in these documents and don't add any kind of protection. Let's see. Translations and non-US works. Creating new works. You have the right to create new works of any kind derived from the SRDs. And then what license should you use? You can choose Creative Commons or you can choose OGL. But you probably don't want to choose OGL, but why not use Creative Commons? So the biggest requirement for anything you do based on our work is attribution. You must give us credit for our work. The next section goes into detail on how you should do that. Second, you can't imply or state that Evil Hat is endorsing or sponsoring you unless you've made a special arrangement. Don't use our logo or the Fate logo without talking to us first. That's right. That's what Mark was talking about, that somebody might not want some horrible stuff that somebody might write, and if you put stuff out on the internet, probably will write, with your logo on it. So it's saying you cannot use that or do not use that logo without talking to us. There is a Powered by Fate logo you can use, though. Finally, you can't use the SRD to make something which would be prejudicial to Evil Hat's honor or reputation. That's exactly how the legal license puts it. We're not sure how you do that, but don't. That's all legal stuff, as always. If you're unsure about exactly what to do, or if you're investing a lot of money, talk to a lawyer. Okay. And please let them know if you can, if you're doing something. So how do you give us credit? Well, this is really simple. Wherever you put your own copyright, add the following text. This work is based on the Fate Core system and Fate Accelerated Edition. Found it there. Product of Evil Hat, blah, 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 and all of the authors right here. Boom. Done. This text has to be the same size as the rest of your copyright section. That's one of the requirements. And if you're publishing electronically, make it a link. So why not? This should link. Yeah. So this is the Creative Commons, Creative Commons 3.0 unported, right? This says you are free to share, copy, and redistribute the material in any medium or format, adapt, remix, transform, and build upon the material for any purpose, even commercially. The licensor cannot revoke these freedoms so long as you follow the license terms. So under the following terms, then the following terms are what? Attribution, giving appropriate credit, indicating any changes that were made. You may do so in any reasonable manner, but not in any way that suggests the licensor endorses you or use. No additional restrictions. You may not apply legal terms or technological measures that legally restrict anything else. So that's a little bit of an aside, but I think an important one, right? So why don't we just use that one? Why don't we just use that Creative Commons license? That sounds like a perfectly reasonable. I mean, it's the Creative Commons. So the Creative Commons is kind of battle tested, right? The Creative Commons is battle tested, and that's what the license is. So if you're trying to put something out, in the world that you want people to be able to enjoy, why write your own? Why not use Creative Commons? Kevin Kennedy says that's a good model. Yeah, I think so too. I think so. Well, Don says they want to appeal to younger audiences. That could be their thinking, and that could certainly be their thinking with the movie as well. They don't want old white guys being their brand. They want to be cool. So, yeah, I'm jumping in the middle here. It's a shortcut. The SRD allows creators a unified framework that was already available. Anyone could build a similar game, but that is effort and expense they could just skip once upon a time. Right, yes. Mark and I talked about that we say you can't, that under U.S. law, you can't copyright the game's mechanics, although Mark and I talked about that at somewhat length. And so eventually somebody basically just said, well, if you can't copyright the mechanics, you could write your own expression. Why don't I just say that the expression of these mechanics is also open? What other ones are there besides Evil Hat? Other people have to put that in the comments. So I don't know the license that Cypher is using. But that would be one. I would look up, if people are asking me for different licenses, look up whatever Cypher just put out and look up Evil Hat. Matthew Romero is asking, how could retro clones avoid SRD content? SRD seems so broad and basic to the fantasy genre that it'd be hard to claim a publisher rewrote everything to avoid a commercial OGL. I don't know. But I mean, I think that you could. I think that you definitely could. Because you're talking about, you're talking about that text, right? And it's very D&D specific. I think you'd be able to do it. I mean, I would want to, I'm writing Fantasy Worlds. I think I could do that. Okay, so Trey says, I think a bunch of game developers use the Creative Commons license, Gumshoe, Zweihander, etc. Let's go back over to the game license. So, comments. We're talking about how much money is due. Comments. We want to be crystal clear about this. Royalties are due only on revenue above $750,000. If you make $750,000 and $1 on licensed works in 2004, you will owe us a grand total of 25 cents or 20 cents if you funded your product through Kickstarter. We know this calculation can get more complicated if you have some works funded through Kickstarter and items that aren't, but please don't stress about it. Yeah, please don't stress about it. If you have questions about your particular situation, reach out to us at some email and we'll work through them together. Fundraising. We don't object to your crowdfunding your licensed works, but we need to address concerns about overreaching and prevent the funding of infringing products. Because of that, the section has very specific requirements. If you are planning on crowdfunding, you must read this whole section carefully and be sure you are fully compliant with it. You may crowdfund, provided you only crowdfund the production of licensed works. No infringing materials are given out as perks or rewards. The primary product of your campaign must be a licensed work, such as a campaign setting. You must have stretch goals. You may have stretch goals that are not licensed works, provided they do not infringe upon our intellectual property. For example, a dice set with your company's original logo, but not one with ours, is permissible. You may also have stretch goals that would otherwise qualify as a licensed work, such as you may also have stretch goals that are licensed works, such as modules and adventures. Those additional modules and adventures do not have to be registered separately with us unless you decide to sell them separately from the campaign. Okay. I think that's an interesting requirement. The primary product for your campaign must be a licensed work, such as the campaign setting. So you can't have something else be a licensed work that is a secondary element of the campaign. Your entire campaign, including stretch goals, is considered one product for the purposes of the royalty threshold. Oh, well, that's interesting too. Because I was thinking, so you've got some things that have to do with the licensed product, not, but this is your entire campaign, including stretch goals, is considered one product for the purposes of the royalty threshold. If your campaign raises $750,000 or one more, you pay royalties on that last dollar because the product you are crowdfunding exceeds the $750,000 revenue threshold. That said, revenue for any add-on material that backers separately purchase is not considered qualifying revenue unless the add-on is also a licensed work. Some examples may help make this clearer. Bruno Battleaxe, author of Throwing Blades, a 5th edition sourcebook, and Blocking Blades, a 5e campaign, made a lot of money on those publications last year. Given how well Throwing Blades did, Brunor decides to crowdfund for Blades 2, Electric Boogaloo. He includes miniature replica blades as a stretch goal and has a backer tier that grants access to all stretch goals. The replica blades are not licensed works because they aren't text printed or printable, but all revenue from that backer tier still counts as qualifying revenue. That's a big thing. That's a big thing to me. As someone who's planned out Kickstarter campaigns and done the spreadsheets and everything else, that's a big part of that all of a sudden non-licensed works still count as qualifying revenue when on Kickstarter or other crowdfunding. Brunor runs the same campaign and includes some miniatures, but makes them available as add-ons for separate purchases. Because the miniatures are not licensed works and are being purchased separately, none of the revenue from those purchases is qualifying revenue. Brunor runs the same campaign, but in addition to the miniatures, he also includes other supplements, Throwing Blades and Blocking Blades, as separately purchasable add-ons. Because Throwing Blades and Blocking Blades are licensed work, revenue from purchases on them as add-ons is qualifying revenue. Brunor runs the same campaign and includes all the same add-ons, but this time offers it as a bundle. The miniatures and supplements for one price. Because the supplements are licensed works, all of that revenue counts as qualifying revenue. What do we think about that? Grimhild says, if Witch of the Coast can successfully kill OGL 1.0a, then it will affect a lot of OGS stuff. Koibold says, I can't believe they actually put Electric Boogaloo in this thing, LOL. Don says, I hope the fact that all this was okay and encouraged for 20 years has some standing in court if they get there. I think we are about to get to stuff that we have seen already, because it's probably the same from the non-commercial. Warranties and disclaimers, 18 years of age, power and authority, additional paperwork that you will provide. Licensed works will not infringe upon others. You will not suggest or state or imply that they're endorsed by the wizards. You will not violate the law. None of your content or works covered by Section 1 for any harmful, discriminatory, illegal, obscene, or harassing purposes. Reputation. Do not try to circumvent or go around this agreement in any way, such as by creating separate entities to try to evade the payment of royalties. So that was a new one. J, you will not attempt to circumvent or go around this agreement in any way. We saw that last time. But such as by creating separate entities to try to evade payment of royalties. And then termination. Probably about the same. This agreement, along with the OGL non-commercial, is an update to the previous available OGL 1.0a, which is no longer an authorized agreement. We've seen that before. We can modify or terminate this agreement for any reason whatsoever. They may have been getting pushback and have been getting pushback on modifying or terminating or unauthorizing whatever, the last one. So this one makes sure that they won't have any trouble this time. They'll tell you within 30 days when it's changing. You may terminate the agreement immediately if you infringe on the misuse of our intellectual property. You breach any terms of condition of this agreement. You bring action or challenge our ownership of the licensed content. You may terminate this agreement anytime by ceasing the distribution of all your licensed works, or by ceasing all sales of your licensed works and by making such works available for free under a license with terms equivalent to those in the non-commercial, and providing us with a written notice. And then this is the same information here, which we talked about last time. Racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, bigoted, or otherwise discriminatory content, or anything we think triggers those provisions, you are no longer licensed. We will not tolerate materials that we consider in any way to be counter to the spirit of DnD, whatever exactly the spirit of DnD is, and you waive any right to sue over our decisions. And basically, the way to push that back is on social media. They'll take into account what social media says. So they say. And you're not allowed to threaten a lawsuit in order to change that. Upon termination, you will cease all sales. Your obligation to pay royalties survives the termination of the agreement. And then, okay, this indemnity and legal trouble. I bet that's the same. We went over that in detail on the other one as well. I think that's the same comment. We're giving you a license, not agreeing to take on potential liability. When we do so, to be honest, we're not really sure what we could do while making Dungeons and Dragons content available to you that could ever be grossly negligent. But our lawyers say we need to include that last clause under Washington law, so in it goes. I believe miscellaneous notices, entire agreement, and disclaimer of reliance, updates and amendments by Wizards of the Coast, no waiver of rights. I believe we've seen all of this before. Assignment, severability. So it's almost, they duplicated all of that material. So that's one of the reasons why it's so long. They didn't choose to refer to, like, I guess the way they decided to write it, obviously, is that the non-commercial and the commercial are just completely separate, even though they duplicate a lot of material. Review by counsel. And that's it. Whew! We've been through the whole thing. Oh, I didn't have it up. Somebody, you probably were telling me. But anyway, there was probably not a whole lot of that was a whole lot different. Welcome back. I need a snack too. I'm getting tired here. Daniel says, honestly, it makes the math easier, but it feels like reaching into my pocket. That's one of the, I remember Bruinor. Yeah, Nick A says they want money for plushes and pins. So, right? Yeah, exactly. If you did that, I mean, anything else that, like, sorting through that for Kickstarter, I mean, that's another reason this is just a no. I mean, if paying you on licensed stuff is one thing, saying that, well, if you know your Kickstarter campaign must be primarily for licensed stuff. You can't be doing something else and then having something else that's, you know, like a smaller booklet or something like that. Maybe I don't know who that is then. Roman Live says, misuse of our intellectual property in the same document as Bruinor Battle Axe. Maybe I don't know who that is then. $159. 159 likes. So that is our record by far. Our last record on another live stream was 58 likes. So we've increased that by 101. Cerno says they basically give social media users the ability to use cancer culture to pressure WotC to revoke a license. This alone is a reason to leave D&D. Well, okay, I wasn't thinking about it from that direction, as we're saying if Dungeons and Dragons, if WotC decides something is in violation of this, because it's against the spirit of D&D, and they go too far, and then you're saying on social media and on Twitter and here on YouTube, I guess, that, hey, this is what I had in my campaign or what I had in my book, and they said they're terminating my license because it's against the spirit of D&D or whatever. And then Twitter and YouTube has this massive backlash. They said they will consider that. But, yeah, does that mean they will go the other way as well? If somebody has this book and they didn't really, you know, when you submitted it to them, they didn't really see a problem. But then for some reason, there's a big Twitter backlash against that book. Well, then they say, well, gee, I mean, Twitter has this big backlash, or there's a big social media backlash, so we're canceling it. You know, will it go the other way? That's a good question. I was thinking about terms in flowing one direction, but it could flow the other way as well. Grimhild says, are you going to try to beat your old time record? I hadn't intended to try to beat my own time record. What do you think? The longest live stream that I've ever done was 5 hours. That was last Friday. That was Friday when we went over the leak. That was a 5-hour long live stream. We are now at 3 hours and 47 minutes. I don't know what else there is to talk about. Hang on. I have been drinking too much beer, so I'm going to take it. We just got through that, so now is a good time for a break. So tell me what you think about that. I don't know. I don't know what there is to talk about. Is there other things to talk about here? I want to go through your comments here because I see some other good ones here, but I am going to break for just a second. So I will be right back. Hey, well, I want to go over some more comments here, but I don't know what else there is to say. Like, what else do we need to say? Like, when you're asking, do I have a beat time record? I don't know if that's the day for that, because I don't know what else there is to say. Other than not using it. I mean, there's very little, I think, that if it's anything like that, because it's not like we had one, when we were looking at this, it's not like we had one major thing that was like, oh, well, this is the no-go. This is the no-go. If that was fixed, then that would be all right. We came up with how many different things that were no-goes for us across that? Like a dozen, right? You know, that would stop a creator like Mark, or probably Brian. Brian wasn't able to make it to the stream, but Brian or Lou or Mark, that would stop that. So if there's anything like that, even if there's a change in one or something like that, I don't see, if this is anything approaching what they are thinking about doing, which it does kind of seem to be that way, then it's not like there's anything to be done about it, right? That it's time to just move on. Like there's no, oh, if they did this, if they changed it this way, we would do something else. This is just the way that it is. So yeah, it seems like we're moving on. And I guess so then we will find out what happens. And probably it seems like that, like I said, I wouldn't discount the power of our community to make decisions like, for instance, potentially the boycott. Now, I'm not calling for a boycott, but for instance, I'm not going to go see the Dungeons and Dragons movie. But then again, I probably was not anyway, because I was looking at that trailer going, just really doesn't interest me. But like, if something like that happened and that movie went nowhere, would that be enough for somebody to take notice? But it's not like they're going to retroactively change this. So I don't know. There's not a whole lot that they can do, I think. We just move on. But the point about the movie was there could be enough people who are coming in, so the gamble could completely pay off. It could be exactly what they need to do. The movie could take off. Hey, maybe the core group of tabletop gamers don't go see it, either because they weren't going to go see it anyway, or because of other reasons. They didn't think it looked like a good movie or whatever else, or because of this whole OGL debacle. And then, well, but enough new people come in that they all buy D&D branded stuff that it works for them. It could completely work for them. I don't know. But it means that we need to move on. The creators, I think it's time to move on. Alan says, to avoid it, you rewrite the SRD text in your own words without reference to Wizards of the Coast copyright material. Right, like Drow Beholders, right? You can't use that anyway. You can have Drow, Dark Elves, and Beholder, but you can't call them that. Oh, they got the dwarf's name wrong? I must not know what that is. Oh, see, Vision says, see, that's what bugs me. What if you designed a campaign freeing slaves from a tyrannical leader, or the inverse in an evil campaign? Yeah, how will all of that be interpreted? We don't know. Oh, so Grimhild says, Bruenor was one of the main characters in the Forgotten Realms Dritz novels by R.A. Salvador. Oh, okay. Okay. I did not get into the Dritz novels. I remembered a Bruenor that was as a pre-generated character in one of the box sets. There was a dwarf. I remember the art in there, but I didn't know that was in the Dritz novels. Heath is a news media champ. Well, thank you. I don't know if I'm that. I think I'm going to go soon. Yeah, well, we have been through it. We have been through it. So, like what insights? Like, if anyone has, I'm going to scroll through the rest of these comments here, because if there is some insight that we're missing, I'm definitely interested. But I don't know there's much more to say until there's some kind of official release. But if it's the same thing, there probably won't be anything to release afterwards. Anything much more to say anywhere. Much more to say afterwards anyway, because we've looked at it. I'm looking for, Alan says, I'm looking for a community that's going to clone the SRD and release it under Creative Commons. That would kick WotC in the nuts. I'm sure OSR people are already on that case. Yeah, Priestess says, damn, they even include clauses about owning multiple businesses. Can't just try to sell, like somebody was saying that you have multiple businesses, multiple entities. Somebody was saying, well, you could publish your campaign setting and then just have a much smaller book that is for $1 that is, the OGL material to actually do a D&D campaign. I wouldn't do that anyway because the ownership issues. I mean, there are many other reasons you wouldn't do that, but they're also trying to say if you crowdfund that, you owe them royalties on the whole thing. Nick says the only homebrew content after this will be children on D&D Beyond creating plus 400 swords that deal 5,000 HP of damage. Oh, I got another update to 161 likes. Thank you, Grimhild. Yeah, that's the subjectivity. Like that's what Mark and I were saying. That there's no that concept, that idea of what they're trying to do there is not at issue. I don't have any issue with that. Mark didn't have any issue with that. That wasn't the issue at all. It's the issue is always the subjectivity and who's going to be enforcing that. Who is in the individual people and subjectivity. That's always what it is. Bromo still says, I'm still going to see the movie. It could be great. Like I said, I still would like it to be fantastic. We need more fantasy stuff. I really hate it when, someone goes to all this trouble to make fantasy stuff, because even though it might seem like we're swimming in it, and sci-fi and all of this kind of stuff, this genre stuff, even though it may seem like we're swimming in it, and certainly we are in a golden age, it does seem like we've got some things that have absolutely bombed and been terrible. And I do hate that because you only get so many, and especially on any particular property, if you really enjoy that property, I want it to be good. My recommendation when I had been putting out some stuff on YouTube on the D&D movie was that I was saying I would not do a D&D movie. I would do like a Forgotten Realms movie or a Dragonlance movie and try to start multiple franchises based on the worlds rather than D&D itself. That's what I think I would have tried to do, although I realize why that would be a more difficult pitch to certain people because D&D is more recognizable than Forgotten Realms, right? So it's like, oh no, the brand that needs to be on this movie is D&D. I still would have tried, and I would have tried to say that, listen, if we don't do D&D movie, if instead we do Forgotten Realms movie, then we can also do a new franchise that is Dragonlance or Greyhawk, and things like that, have multiple franchises going. I try to talk them into it like that, probably going nowhere, but that's where I would try to talk them into. But okay, fine. If we're going to have a D&D movie, then let's have a good one. I would really love it to have a good one. I mean, if it brings more people into the genre, then I'm for it. Like, that happened with a lot of things. It happened with, Lord of the Rings. I mean, that brought so many more people into the genre. The Harry Potter movies, the original line of Marvel. I'm not as big into Marvel, but I mean, I didn't know anything about the comic books, but I certainly got interested in Marvel because the movies were coming on. So in that case, I was somebody who came into something because of the movies. If it's done well, then it grows everything. So hopefully it is done well. Hopefully it's done well. Because even outside of all this OGL stuff, if it's done well and it brings more people into fantasy and tabletop gaming, then maybe eventually people will migrate over to other things as well. But we'll see. I don't, for other reasons, they're completely unrelated to this. I wasn't very interested in what I saw when I saw the trailer. And I'm skeptical of it being good, but we'll see. I mean, we'll see. I hope it is. I hope it's fantastic. I always hope these things are fantastic. Grim says, I'm not going to go see the movie. I'll wait until it's on Netflix or Amazon. Yeah, see, Nick's, that's about the only thing they could do, right? If they re-released 1.01C first and added the word irrevocable, maybe we could trust them again. Then they can release a new crap license for 6E. So yeah, I think that's about what it would take. The only thing, that's what Mark called out. Mark was saying that the only thing they could really do right now is scrap this and make one that's even more protective of the creators than what we thought we had under 1.0A. But I don't think that's going to happen. Battle hammer, not battle axe. Oh, so that's the difference. I see. Right. The doc has his name wrong. Irritates me. I see. Desist is looking for the open licenses for other systems. Yeah, if you go Old Norse, Robert McDaris says, if you go Old Norse, dwarves could be Dvalgar and Drow would be Dark Elves. And that's Lou's working with that, because that's Lou's world is Thrones and Bones is Norse. At least one of the countries is Norse, and that's the one he's been publishing stuff for. I feel like I saw this coming, Open D&D says. I did the math to convert 5e to a 2d20 faster system all over the last 2 years. So that's interesting. I think it would be interesting to put together a collection and probably do a video or something on things that you might think are Dungeons and Dragons, but actually are not. So Drow is a really interesting one to me. Someone was bringing up in the comments someplace that Tarosk could be from French. So Tarosk I hadn't thought about, but also Tiefling. Is Tiefling something that's not D&D? If you had just asked me, I would have said, oh, yeah, Tiefling is, except for when you enumerate it, I don't think Tiefling is on that list. I'm going to have to check on that. Well, Don says, come on, that movie's going to suck and you know it. I'm going to go with high probability that it will. I don't have a whole lot of faith. I don't want it. There's a difference between what I think is going to happen and what I want, right? What I want is for it to be a really good movie and to increase the fantasy, build upon the fantasy genre, bring more people into it. That's what I want to happen. I don't want it to tank. But what I think, I like with corporate geekdom and things like that, I have low. I'm very skeptical. I'm very highly skeptical that things like that are good in a corporate geekdom environment. Dungeons & Dragons, The Forgotten Realms. Yeah, that's what I would like to do. Right. Open D&D says, Heath, multi-world is correct. It's called transmedia and is required in the industry. Right. Yeah. So, Wiley the Monkey King's music channel of doom. Okay. What about D&D Forgotten Realms? See, that's if I were pitching it or if I were creating it, that's how I would try to go. The new D&D movie is okay. See, yes. And now I heard this. I would never have known that. So Grimhild says the new D&D movie is set in Neverwinter, which is in the Forgotten Realms. First, by watching that trailer, I would have no idea that was the case. So it might be set in the Forgotten Realms. But now somebody else who is much more has much more intimate knowledge of the lore of Forgotten Realms than I have. I mean, I know the Forgotten Realms, but there are people like I've never gotten to the novels, for instance. So there are people who are probably much more into it in the detail of that world than I am. So you might have watched that trailer and gone, "Oh, the Forgotten Realms." But even if that's the case, most people like that brand identity was not what they were pushing in that movie. Like the name of the movie, the D&D, they're pushing the Dungeons and Dragons brand. I never would have known that kind of the technicality that it's in Forgotten Realms. So you're not really you're not trying to work on a franchise for the Forgotten Realms based on what I saw, based on that trailer. Oh, Desist. Thank you. And actually, that might be a great thing to say. Desist was talking about looking at different open game licenses. So we got the RPG development part of Discord server. I guess I should post the Discord server link again. So if you're working on developing an RPG and you want it to be open and you actually want it to have an open license that works, having some examples to look at would be good. I'm thinking that if I were to do it, that Creative Commons would be a good model. I think that's the way I would go. Call of Cthulhu has an open license? I did not know that. We're going to look at Call of Cthulhu on the channel. I've looked at it before, but we haven't looked at it on the channel yet. See, okay, this is exactly what I said that I think that we should not do. So I've got a difference of opinion here with you, Joshua. That I thought that was the obvious thing that somebody would do for a movie. Let me read Joshua's comment here. Joshua says, my thought process for the first movie was to start a group start with a group of kids, a la the cartoon, and dump them in Forgotten Realms. They explore and get the option to escape at the end. I think I would not do that. I think that's the terrible way to go, actually. And in fact, I've got 2 videos, if you wanted more detail on that. I've got 2 videos on the D&D trailer. And the first one I made, or excuse me, on the D&D movie. The second one's on the trailer specifically. The first one was about why there shouldn't be a D&D movie. And I thought that, or how I think you could go about doing it wrong, because I didn't even know there was going to be a D&D movie. And so I put out the plot for a movie like that. And that's one I would not want to see. I'd much rather see a hardcore. But again, maybe I'm living in a bubble. So the world of the world of geekdom, right? So maybe I'm living in such a bubble that putting together a really hardcore Forgotten Realms adventure to start a franchise on the level of like Steve Jackson's Lord of the Rings, like try to approach it with that type of attitude and things like that, is what I would want to see much more than, if we start off here in our living room with some kids and they all get sucked into the D&D book. I want the other. But like I said, I could be living in the bubble, and that the other one could be exactly what the world wants. And that's completely possible. Open D&D says, isn't it interesting that WotC will not define their IP versus what's, but haven't they? Like when you see in the OGL, the product identity, we can get a list of product identity, right? Tiefling is a trademark. Okay, that's what I would have thought. I want to be sure on this, because this is going back and forth. So Tiefling is a trademark. Yeah, and the damage has been done. Kevin Kennedy says, a list of creatures and races not owned by D&D would be a great companion to any open system. Yeah, you can have, and Jeremiah Bond says, Tiefling, the name might be, but you can have Hellspawn. Right, the idea of some infernal-blooded or demonic-blooded creature, humanoid, is not something that you can own, right? What game mechanics or features are owned by Wizards of the Coast? Asking me. Well, read the SRD. Like the SRD articulates that, and also in 0.1.0a, right? The product identity specifications. That should be it. If I'm right about that. I believe that, like, if I were to compile that list, that's where I would go to look. Piano TM says, I really want I liked the Muppets back when the Muppets were good. I really want a Muppets D&D movie where Muppets are playing D&D, but then they switch it in game where they're playing by Jason Momoa for Kermit's character, ScarJo with Miss Piggy's voice. That would be funny. Yeah, it's set in Waterdeep. We got a no on going Amazon with this. Thank you so much for the super chat, Willie. Thank you very much. What game mechanics or features are owned? But that's what I was saying. I think that if I were to look at that, well, see now, but the issue is that game mechanics, we were saying, can't be copyrighted. That was one of the things that I was talking about with Mark, that according to U.S. law, you can't copyright a game mechanic. You can copyright the expression of that game mechanic. That's why, like in Magic the Gathering, if you've got a card and you turn it this way, you can't copyright the idea of turning a card 90 degrees and having to have some in-game effect. But you can say that that's called tapping a card. So nobody else can tap a card. But that doesn't mean that nobody else can turn a card 90 degrees. So technically, I suppose the answer for game mechanics is none. Although the expression that they own is in the SRD and their other copyrighted works. And then also they have intellectual property lists, things like Beholders. The Beholder is the quintessential example. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yes, got it. So yeah, so French folklore. Piccadilly, welcome. Good to see you. All I know is that Tarosk is a French folklore, so they can't copyright that. They could maybe copyright the look, because the mythological one looks very different, but that would be it. Right, yeah, if they have a particular drawing, right, if this is the Tarosk, our representation of the Tarosk, that could be there, yes. Yeah, same thing here. Dwarves are part of European mythology and folklore, and the term itself cannot be trademarked and copyrighted, at least not in Europe. Only the design can be protected if it's unique enough. See, okay, so it was coined from German. So somebody had some kind of German thing about tiefling. So this Thok Totem says, there are other potential demons from myth, but I think the name, partial demons. There are other partial demons from myth, but I think the name tiefling was coined from the German tief, meaning deep, low, and ling for offspring. Interesting. So that may be where that German connection from. It may not actually be like a historical or folklore German thing, but it was coined from German. Fiendkin, Kyle Schaefer recommends. You just said Steve Jackson's Lord of the Rings. You were living in a tabletop RPG bubble, all right, but we love you for it. Well, thank you. Oh, did I? Oh, I didn't even realize. I said Steve Jackson's Lord of the Rings. I didn't even get it when I read here. Does that mean that 20-sided dice aren't copyrighted? No, you can use 20-sided dice. And in fact, somebody was telling me that that was something specifically addressed by some court or something like that. That D20, no, you can use 20-sided dice. You can have game mechanics based on 20-sided dice. That should be fine. Notice I'm not a lawyer or expert in that field, but no, 20-sided dice, that's not owned by D&D. They had the D20 system, like that logo, that idea. And that might have even been bounced. That was, somebody was talking about that in the comments. But roll 20-sided dice. Make games with 20-sided dice if you want. Joshua says, as a follow-up to my movie idea, that's just the gateway. It sets up nicely for spin-offs and movie series. Following productions could get crunchier. Piano TM says, I don't think you can protect tapping because the idea of tapping into the well of power of magic. Right. So I think you should be able to. Now, this is just my understanding, and I could be completely wrong. But that the idea of tapping in general is not something that they own. But that tapping, that term used in the context of a tabletop game by taking a card and rotating it 90 degrees, that may be what they've got. If you're just coming in, I know that we have gone all the way through that OGL. We have already done that. We did that extensively. We read through the whole thing. We had commentary with Mark Tassin and Lou Anders, and we're just kind of like chilling here at the end with different ideas and different discussions. So that's what we're doing here. If you're looking for the deep dive and the read through of the OGL, go earlier in this. It's all there. It's all there. I feel like I've been through battle, actually. Yeah, the artwork is there. And yeah, elves, dwarves, orcs, none of that can be protected by law. Yeah, that's all we've got. We have got all of that. Right, yeah. Rangers, elves, dragons, rangers, paladins. Charlemagne had paladins. Charlemagne's court had paladins. So paladins are a part of history. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've seen 20-sided dice in Egypt. That's right. Let's see. Looks like we are getting to the end here. Yep, John says there are a lot of other games out there. Vote with your two most precious commodities, your time and your wallet. I agree. Disney had nothing to do with Knights of the Old Republic. That's all rumor. They had a deal back for Star Wars D20. All right. Well, I kind of think So I've been thinking about trying to revise our evening streams. We should talk about that for just a moment. We should how we're going to revise our evening streams, because this is kind of like an emergency stream on this. But I'm thinking about, I stream in the mornings at 9:30 a.m. every morning for the morning grind. But I've been thinking about just reducing the evening live streams to 4 nights a week, instead of trying to do. Originally, for early on, I was doing all 7, but that was for different reasons. But I'm thinking that maybe 4 nights a week doing the evening streams. Tomorrow morning, we're going to be looking at RPG design again. We'll be looking at making Fated Edge. So at 9:30 in the morning, we'll be looking at making our own, making an RPG here. And then tomorrow, on Tuesdays, I've been playing retro video games because I just needed a break, and that was fun. Does anybody know Vagxanadu? The NES game Vagxanadu. I want to try to beat that tomorrow. I've already played through it last Tuesday. But I want to try to beat Vagxanadu tomorrow. Wednesday, we're doing the wind down, which is a chill time. Also do geek-related discussions. This Friday night, we got Dinner and a Board Game, the final episode of Season 1, Episode 10 of Dinner and a Board Game, final episode of Season 1. And then Sundays, we do the Crafter's Corner where we paint. I've got a bunch of painting and stuff to do. So how do we, I suppose the final thing we could talk about right here is how is the community, I want to be able to grow here. So let me put the Ravenkeep Discord. I do have, some people, I have not been able to send out email in a long time. But I think I really like the Discord server. Actually, tonight, I might get back to working on setting up the discussion boards. So we will have a good place to discuss things, because I want us to be able to have longer form discussion and not just the feed, which is great. I love that. It's great for just dropping stuff in. But I also like longer form discussion that the discussion forums will allow us to have. So I'm thinking about that. I want to do a lot more with the Discord server. So I think I heard somebody just joined. So thank you so much for joining. And, I'm looking forward to doing a lot more things this year. A lot more things. I feel like this stream took longer than the Friday night stream. I feel like I've been going for longer, even though this is only 4 hours and 16 minutes. Thank you. McDoodle says, I'll look into what monsters WOTC has ownership of. That there is a forum in the Ravenkeep server dedicated to RPG design. I just made it, so there's not much there yet, but there is that. That would be a good place to put that so that everybody has reference who is making stuff. Yes. Daniel says, thanks for the stream and keep the open D&D fight going on. Yes. Do that, everyone. Yes. And who knows? I'll probably be watching Mark's stream tonight. So maybe I will see all of y'all tonight. But thank you all for being here. Thank you so much. Oh, I used to have the list. Oh, okay. So we'll put that there. But thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being here. You guys give me so much energy. I really appreciate it. I tried this streaming stuff out on an individual level just as a test. And 2 months in, it has exceeded what I thought it could be. So I really appreciate that. You guys give me energy and keep me doing creative things and making stuff. So I hope that I do the same thing for you and that we do the same thing for each other. And that's what I want the Ravenkeep Discord server to be. I want that to be a positive and supportive community for creative people who are making their own things and trying to get it out there in the world. So you'll find resources there, and I hope you will find community support there. So I hope that not only are you giving me energy, but I hope that we are all giving each other energy. So thank you all. I've got things to do tonight. I got to clean house for one thing. But I will see you on light, maybe at Mark's stream, and then I will see you live tomorrow in the morning for building the Fated Edge RPG. So Fated Edge RPG building tomorrow. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.